Hai, давай, 3, 2, 1. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone, wherever you are. For some ungodly reasons, you have the boredom to watch this show. Welcome to what I believe it is the 6th edition of the occasional podcast. As always, alongside with me is Miguel Gomez. Say hi to everyone. Yeah, I'm battling a very strong flu, and we're nearly close not to be able to videotape this one in this round, but hey, I promised, so I'll try my best to do that. If you hear me coughing in the background with muffled sounds during post-production, I'll have to cut off all my coughs. Please forgive me. And I believe it is the 6th episode, but I don't know for sure because we forgot to check before we came out from the dungeon. But anyway, so since our last session together with the occasional podcast, the midterms have happened. Last time around...
Are you sure they actually finished?
Yeah, they're not actually finished. That's correct, to be supremely precise. We did predict a landslide by Ron DeSantis last time we talked about this.
I don't think either of us anticipated him by winning by quite that much.
Yeah,
so.
not R plus 21, but nevertheless. But overall, nationally, most commentators say that the GOP underperformed. Is that true?
In general, like if you look at it from the big picture perspective, I would say yes. Mm-hmm. I would say that the GOP could have done a lot more. It could have achieved a lot more than it did. And the fact that it took back the House and that it actually really gave the Democrats a run for their money in the Senate, I don't remember if they... Did they actually overtake the Senate?
Nope.
No, they did not, did they?
No, the runoff in Georgia will only decide whether the majority stays the same, 50 plus VP or 51-49.
Yeah.
Now, the control of the Senate is not in play anymore.
That's what I remember. And in terms of the governorships, there was a really tepid performance. Mm-hmm. I'm enthusiastic still about the future. You always have to be optimistic about it. And prepare for the worst, expect the worst and prepare for it, but hope for the best. Mm-hmm. And honestly, I'm not either impressed or unimpressed with the results, because a lot of Blue Dog Democrats won their races as well. Mm. A lot of the Republicans that did win were very high caliber, and you can see that there's a little bit of a signal that right now nobody wants to look at the past. They don't want to look back at January 6th. They don't want to look back at the 2020 election. Mm-hmm. They may know some things about it. They may believe some things about it, but they want politicians to just stop hammering on about that and just move on with life. Mm-hmm. And, put forward good policy. That's what they're looking for, policy. And policy is exactly what Ron DeSantis ran on. Mm-hmm. He did not run on January 6th. He did not run on 2020 election. November 8th, 2020 was never mentioned once in any of his...
He did run on COVID, though, which is recent past.
Yes, but that's a policy issue.
He did run on COVID policy.
I mean, what policy can Florida do for the election that they didn't already do in 2000, mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So in terms of Pennsylvania, Dr. Oz did not run a lot of policy. He was mostly relying on his celebrity status, mm-hmm. which is a very bad celebrity status. He has a very strong reputation as a snake oil salesman, deservedly so. And he lost against literally a vegetable.
But isn't a vegetable preferable to a snake oil salesman? I mean, I'm not a big fan of Fetterman's policies before he became a vegetable, but nevertheless...
I'm very biased to the right, as you know. It's no secret. But I can understand why Fetterman won. Mm-hmm. Especially since a lot of the votes cast were before his
debate.
And God willing, he recovers from that, because it's not a very pleasant thing for a person to suffer, mm-hmm. and not very pleasant for their family. On a personal level, I really do feel for him. Mm-hmm. But on a political level, I think also that's very dangerous to have somebody that incapacitated in office. Where have I seen that before?
Yes, that's also true.
Yeah, no, I don't think that's the case. I don't think that Fetterman is exactly a very surprise victory. I expected Dr. Oz to do a little better than he did. He didn't do too badly, but I did expect a few more votes to come his way. I don't know. And then there was that Kerry Lake election, which I just
governorship
we
race
cannot get too much into because it's
technically
we
it's not
are
over.
Also syndicating on YouTube.
Yes, and
but,
technically it's not over.
And it's also technically not over. But let's just put it this way: when you put the incumbent in charge of the election, it's not a surprise. And that's all I'm going to say on that subject in particular. So again, without getting into the nitty-gritty details, big picture, tepid win. If the Republicans don't capitalize on it, because the Democrats refuse to stop making mistakes, then it's their fault. It's their fault. If the 2024 election comes out badly for them, it's completely and entirely their fault. There's no, accusations of the such that we've seen in 2020. I'm being very careful with my words here. They're not going to fly as high. If the Republicans don't capitalize on the immense amount of mistakes that have been done by the Democrats since that time. So, you see them running a complete clown show. It's a literally clown world right now.
Right. I guess with some of the clowns retiring, I mean, Nancy Pelosi finally retired, which is something that I believe even most Democrats have been waiting for at least 6 years now.
I would prefer she also retire from private life. I'm not talking about, unaliving, but, the other private things that she does.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, especially her private financial life. Now, that would be great. If
it would be better for Ukraine if she did that.
Yes, that's absolutely true. We'll talk about Ukraine quite a lot after the break.
After the break, yes.
But nevertheless, I mean, her retiring is a good news, not just for the right, but I think for the Democrats as well, and perhaps for the country. I mean, it is the situation again when the leadership is average age deceased. I mean, I'm a big fan of Mitch McConnell. I have T-shirts with Mitch McConnell. I like the way he conducts politics. But he's 82. I mean, doesn't he have grandchildren? Nancy Pelosi, same thing, 83. Biden will be 83 by the end of his term, if he manages to get there. Then there's Chuck Schumer, 79 or something. There's just too many old people on both sides of the political aisle. And
well, they're on borrowed time, literally. I'm not.
How does that bode for the near future?
It doesn't concern me. I'm not really that concerned with the age of a politician, as long as they're still mentally fit and stuff like that.
Yeah, but that's the thing. They're increasingly less so as well.
Yeah, but people voted for them.
Sure.
I don't. I know that there's a lot of talk of limiting the age of senators and stuff like that.
I'm definitely not talking on a policy level. I'm talking here on a moral and cultural level.
Yeah, and I think that discussion has to be had rather than the political level. I mean, I think that
there's no policy that can fix that.
Americans do try to fix a lot of things with policy instead of just trying to look in the mirror and see how the American society caused this to happen. And I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that they're just comfortable. There's a lot of comfort, there's a lot of complacency in the system, in society in general. And that complacency is something that can be taken advantage of by radical elements that they don't even try to stop. You've seen a lot of pushback from that lately, though. And I can see that there's a shift, but that may not be enough, and you have to act like it's not enough. And Republicans, I consider that they still are not acting like it's not enough.
So you're saying they're not radical enough, or not
necessarily not radical enough, not determined enough.
Determined
yes,
enough, right.
I think the Republicans are, it's a mixed bag, isn't it? I mean, the Republican Party is basically 4 parties just mishmashed together.
About 4, yeah.
And then the Democrats are 2 or 3.
At least 3.
Yeah,
I mean, it's the far left, the squad.
So it's all like the coalitions that you have in normal parliamentary systems. Yes, they just call themselves 2 parties, but they're really like 8, 9 parties.
The coalition happens before the election rather than after the election.
Yeah,
essentially.
So for me, I don't know. I think that Republicans act like they're doing enough, a little too much. That's the thing. And I'm talking specifically about people who identify as Republican. The voters. They act like it's enough to go to the ballot box. Go to your PTA meeting.
To be fair,
Go to the school board.
To be fair, they started doing some.
That's what I'm
too.
saying, but do more of it, because I only see it in like isolated places. And of course, that's very applaudable. But I don't think it's happening enough. It has to happen more. You have to continue the snowball. You know, a snowball on a plane is not going to do shit. Make that a hill. Give it a,
School board meetings.
do a slippery slope. Just like the slippery slope is something the Democrats are great at doing. They're fantastic at it.
fair,
And to fight it, you need to make your own slippery slopes.
Yeah, school board meetings will continue until education improves.
Exactly.
You're saying.
Exactly.
Right. To be fair, there have also been some, I don't know if positive news, but definitely shaking things up news. For instance, J.D. Vance's victory in Ohio. Although predictable for people like us who've followed this closely, definitely a stunner for the pundits mostly on the left, but a few on the right as well, because J.D. Vance refused to go with the conventional wisdom and instead relied on a form of populism that even transcended the Trumpist version, if we can call it that way. And with the exception of one, I'm not even gonna say, I'm not even gonna call it a mistake, but definitely a boo-boo in the early part of his campaign when he commented unfavorably about Ukraine in a state that has 1.5 million Ukrainian Americans. So politically that was not wise. But other than that, he ran a very good campaign and managed to win. And J.D. Vance is one of these politicians that his age is not average deceased, and he comes with fresh blood. And although the Republican Party and the right writ large have been able to produce these kinds of newer politicians who are not bad at the very least, they seem to be having quite a bit of a trouble getting them elected.
Because reform's not happening from the bottom up. Not enough.
Not enough.
Republican voters are still very heavily focused on national politics. And that's a very bad scenario for, it's tunnel vision. Because the way that Florida was able to make its changes was from the bottom up.
Yeah, talk to us about because you definitely know a bit more about it. Although lately, I'll warn you, in the last year, I've learned a lot about the details of Florida politics.
City councils started to change. People were much more concerned with their very local, very minutiae elections. And when you change the people in the city council and the mayorships and your local legislation, so the chambers of legislation in Florida are also trending red, and
not just red, but redder, like 70%.
From the hierarchically bottom. They started working their way, inching themselves slowly up and marching through the institutions. And you had a lot of very angry Cubans wondering why their kids are being marketed with all sorts of really condemnable shit, to say the very least. And I'm trying to be polite.
Condemnable shit is pretty polite.
Yeah. And part of it was also, pushed with the fervor that Ron DeSantis was able to generate. And a lot of it was solidarity with Ron DeSantis, because a lot of Floridians feel that they have to stand behind this governor. And that feeling hasn't really come for Floridians in a very long time. I mean, Jeb Bush was not a very bad governor.
Definitely competent, but nowhere near as charismatic as Ron DeSantis.
I wouldn't call, for me personally, Ron DeSantis very charismatic, but he's intelligent and he knows how to play the crowd.
Nevertheless, charisma is part science.
I guess it's because I've seen too much of him personally.
Yes,
but yeah, on a public field, he is able to play the crowd very well. No, you're actually right. That kind of pathos, right, that he was able to generate is something that Jeb Bush really failed at.
Yeah, Jeb Bush was not enthusiastic.
And being able to give that pathos to a bunch of Cubans who are very empathetic people.
Yes, and pathos-driven anyway as a personality.
It was quite an accomplishment, and it led to a lot of snowballing, as I'm talking about. There was the exactly the case that I was talking about, the slippery slope. And Florida had its own slippery slope. Now, if we apply this on a national level, you have to do it state by state, city by city, council by council, PTA board by PTA board, school board by school board. You don't do it by voting for Trump or voting for DeSantis in the presidential, although you should still do that. But at the same time, that's not the most important aspect, because Florida still becomes the insulae majoris of the United States. Just completely insulating itself and being able to withstand the blows from Washington. And that's that's because of how the Constitution protects the rights of states. So it still doesn't matter too much who is president. It matters a lot more than it mattered in 1920, that's for sure. And that should change. But the real change comes from the local level, because the Constitution protections for the local level are still there. They're still very much present. And it's still de facto exercised the way it should be.
Yeah, nevertheless, I mean, Ron DeSantis, in addition to his stunning victory in the sense of the majority,
the magnitude,
the magnitude of his victory is stunning. The fact that he won is definitely not. But in addition to that, he won on such a large mandate with something that is definitely very dear to people like us. I mean, we've been told by experts over the last 6, 7, 8 years that it is either unwinnable or at best irrelevant to come up and say, no, vote for me and I'll make this place the place where woke comes to die. And it's clear, even left-wing analysts agree that no, his message of this is where woke comes to die actually increased his voter share.
Yeah.
So, and he's probably the first politician to clearly gather new votes explicitly on an anti-woke stance. Now, to be also fair, he's also the first politician to even try. I mean, Trump did not really try. He just got a bit of winks and nods, and that was pretty much it. Whereas Ron DeSantis was very explicit, not just in messaging, but in policy as well.
But it's because he knew Florida. That's the thing. He knows Florida. He knows that that's the good message to latch onto. You have to understand as a politician, and I don't pretend to know exactly what a politician goes through on a day-to-day basis or throughout an election campaign, because I've never been one. But after observing a lot of the messaging that has been going, a lot of it was kind of out of touch with the public, where the Republicans did not win. You have to know your state. You have to know your people. Spend a lot of time with them. Not sit in the Palace of Versailles waiting for the army to storm the Bastille. You have to fucking go there with them.
Yes, and Ron DeSantis, although he's not the only governor who's been doing that, is one of the governors that did spend a lot of time, one as political consultants say, in the field, but not as an assignment from the campaign, but it's just genuinely so, even long before he was in campaign.
And that's the other thing, that DeSantis surrounded himself with very talented people. They understood exactly how Democrats win and applied the exact same logic.
Hi, Christina. Yeah, that is true. That is true. I mean, the quality of the, especially his rapid response team, was top tier in ways that other smaller campaigns, governorship campaigns, weren't. I guess with the exception of Carrie Lake. Carrie Lake also had a very.
You can say whatever you want about Democrats, but they're not incompetent at winning elections. You know, all accusations of fraudski aside. You know, clean the map up a little bit, and you still see that a lot of Democrats are very good at winning elections in general. So just follow their logic.
Even if oftentimes they just simply rely on inertia, still knowing that the inertia is there and grifting off of it is still a skill in itself. And by the way, Republicans, it's not immoral to follow inertia and capitalize on it. I mean, you know, politics at the end of the day is not, it's, you know, kind of like football. It doesn't matter how many close enough moments you had. If you scored fewer goals than your opponent, you lost.
Yeah, it's a nice spectacle to see,
but
the
you
football
lost.
pitch and seeing that there was, we saw yesterday these wonderful attacks coming from Poland against Saudi Arabia. Was that yesterday or the day before?
The day
that
before,
was the day before yesterday. There was the Poland-Saudi Arabia match, a lot of wonderful attacks coming from Poland, but they didn't capitalize on it well enough. And then you ended up with a couple of goal-scoring moments, but they could have been, 5-0 at the end, and they ended up scoring only 2-0 because they did not capitalize enough.
Yeah, and at least Poland did manage to win eventually, but Argentina had even more goal-scoring opportunities against Saudi Arabia, and they lost.
Yeah.
So
and Saudi Arabia had some moments where they made the goalkeeper for Poland shit his pants.
Yeah, Szczęsny definitely needs new panties after that match. But it's the same in politics. You can make the best arguments, the most logically coherent arguments, and be the best at Oxford Debate Society, but if you don't gather votes, you lost, and you're still not important.
Yeah, elections are like a pass-fail exam.
Especially in systems like the American one, where the winner takes it all. You don't have proportional representation and shit like that. So, you don't get a participation trophy. You win or you don't. Nevertheless, both parties seem to be in a slow reform mode. Let's put it this way. Both parties seem to be reluctant to reform, even though both should have the incentive, since their leadership is old, decrepit. It has to be physically removed, whether they like it or not.
I've seen the Democrats doubling down. I think the Republicans could actually benefit from doubling down. Double down on the key issues. Double down on DeSantis' issues. And don't give them room to breathe. Because the American public is actually not very much in favor with, Michael Knowles says, transing the kids and shit like that. They're not gonna, it's not going to fly for a long time, and that's why Mexicans are also starting to turn against them. Because believe it or not, but Mexicans have a very highly conservative culture. And
they do come from a deeply Catholic one, so yeah.
Yeah, even blacks, black people with, especially the ones that are very close to Baptist communities and things like that. They're not really very happy with the cultural reformations that are being done on a policy level.
With that said, if not enough random individuals get active politically, as we've seen already, I mean, most of the shit that politicians have pulled is not necessarily popular with the majority, but if the majority is complacent or ignorant enough, they still go through.
I'm going to say this. I think more people become culturally aware and then politically aware. And to make people culturally aware, you have to stop looking at that ballot box like a solution. The real solution comes from, for example, putting flyers up in the street and making really funny memes and black propaganda campaigns. Particularly black propaganda, for example, that one video where they were talking about, there was this video posted on Reddit, and there was this guy that was explaining very adequately a wonderful video on the effects of fentanyl on the human body. And I shitposted as somebody anonymously, you'll never find my account, and I still have it, where I was saying that this video is racist because of the fact that it's actually defending Derek Chauvin and stuff like that, and it's an excuse and stuff and whatever, and I got this complete leftist, absolute cretin, to start defending Derek Chauvin to me, and that's just. And getting those kinds of confusing discussions and sowing discord and chaos, that's actually very important. Much more important than just your vote. And yeah, sure, your vote counts for something. And it still does. Even if you think your vote doesn't count, it does count. Who counts it is another story. But on the other hand, these little cultural moments, mine was nothing. I don't think I affected much. But if 1 million people did that across the internet, and if 1 million people did that, more importantly, in colleges and universities and in real life, because the internet, Reddit is a bubble of its own. I didn't affect much. But if you go to a university and start doing this shit, you know, shit posting on stage at a university, which some people are actually really good at, but we need to get better at that, you know? What was it? This guy, Sam Hyde, I think it is, that comedian, he did the most beautiful shit post quite a few years ago in a TED Talk, and he keeps on doing that, you know? He keeps on doing these really shit posting moments. If you learn how to be subversive, you have to understand how to also be transgressive, to confuse people with what this guy iDubbbz calls meta irony. You know, and I think comedians in the right are also getting very used to that now. And
finally,
yeah,
it's something I've been waiting for at least 15
absolutely
years,
wonderful.
Yes.
You know, you start absolutely confusing the shit out of people. Divide et impera. That should be our motto. Because
it's just too bad that so many right-wingers are still stuck in the idea that, oh, but this is divisive and it's bad. Oh, really?
Yeah, but when things are fragmented, fragmenting them further is the only way to solve it. Because then once you fragmented it further, you can pick up this piece, that piece, that piece, that piece, that piece, and then probably bring it up to a cohesive overlap and push with that. You know, you form a spearhead. I don't know if I wish I could speak Romanian. Okay, so anyway, you're trying to create little fragmentations in society, and these little fragmentations in society will eventually coalesce again, because that's a predictive pattern of large-scale human behavior. It's not just individual behavior, it's millions of individuals. So what happens is you fragment it once, you fragment it again, and many times over, you end up with like 16, 17, 25 different fragments. And over time, they will coalesce. And because it's so fragmented, you can pick and choose how they coalesce and what they coalesce on. That's how Florida happened. That's how Florida changed. A lot of it was just fragmenting and fragmenting and fragmenting until you got just the right separation of ingredients, and then allowing the ingredients to coalesce in a particular way that allowed it to transform into something completely different. It's the same exact people that used to vote blue, and now they're suddenly voting red.
So it's not like Miami-Dade turned red. It was just fragmented enough into multiple red to purple particles, and when push came to shove, most of them swinged red.
The Democrats did this to the USA for a very long time. Since the 1900s, very early 1900s.
In the progressive era, yes.
Yeah, right after the Reconstruction. That is how they managed to change the culture. And then the 1950s struck, post-FDR, you suddenly started seeing the coalescence. With the boomer era and even Gen X, which is a very, like you said in a conversation with me earlier, silent generation. And a lot of them just kept following that trend. And to a large part, Gen X is probably more divided than millennials right now. And that's, again, the fragmentation. It's a fragmentation now in the opposite direction. So divisiveness is not necessarily bad if you know how to play it. You have to know how to play that game.
Right. Well, I would go even further and say divisive is bad if it doesn't benefit us. If it benefits us, then be divisive is not bad. On a more serious note, the biggest issue that I continue to have is that even though things have gotten better over the last 6 years, we just simply still don't have enough people to understand these things. And every time I discuss with leaders, strategists, whatever, in various right-wing parties or groups, not just in the US, here in Europe as well, I just always get hit by this wall of no. No, we just don't do things like that. We're very nice people. What do you mean infiltrate their institutions and torpedo them out of existence? No, we don't do things like that. You know, we're nice people.
That's a bit of an oversimplification, but I get it. Yeah,
it is an oversimplification,
well,
but that's
it's you know, we don't have hours to explain just that particular phenomenon. But yeah, the high horse complex is still a very real thing among Republicans, and it's true. It used to be true among Democrats a very long time ago, when they were still defending slavery. You know, they got on their high horse and they didn't realize the trend that things were going in, and didn't realize that, you know, the Republicans played very dirty. And there's a reason why we called them the radical Republicans, because they took the insane of that time, ran the asylum afterwards, and then Abraham Lincoln got elected, and it was just a whole fucking shit show that it evolved into a civil war, right? I don't think it'll get quite that bad this time around, but you have to realize where your pieces are before you start playing chess. That's the issue, right? The Democrats did not know where the pieces were. They were trying to play something else. These guys were playing chess. What the fuck are you doing? The board is here. Why the fuck are you looking that way? You know, and that was the problem. That's how they lost elections. And that's how they kept losing elections for quite a while after that.
But then again, they got better at this, and then slowly
took advantage of the fragmentation.
Yes.
They did not ride the high horse after that, because they actually thought it a moral message that would fly. It might seem funny to us now, but back then, in the context of the time, it actually was kind of a moral message to say, why are you trying to take away this property from these people? You're just confiscating property, essentially, right? And you're also violating states' rights and all that. And don't forget, we actually stepped and shit on the Constitution in order to ban slavery, which I'm not saying is a bad thing. Once in a while, the spirit of the Constitution can be followed while breaking the Constitution. That can happen.
Yeah,
and that
from
was
a legal
great
perspective, the presidency of Abraham Lincoln was a shit show, and
constitutionally speaking, absolutely.
Yeah, and a slew of constitutionally questionable policies.
But they stopped after he left. They stopped even while he was still president. You know, he didn't get assassinated and suddenly the Constitution was followed again. That doesn't happen. He reined in his party and told them, no, we're not doing this any further. And decided to stop, exactly like a Cincinnatus would. He decided, you know what, it is time now to start healing.
Yeah, but that also seems to be an issue that the Democrats have become better at over time, whereas Republicans have regressed.
Well, for the Democrats today, healing means browbeating you into being part of them.
Yeah.
That's the difference now. Because
then there's that.
Yeah, Abraham Lincoln stepped back policy in order to help the nation heal. These guys are doubling down on policy and calling it healing. I don't think anybody feels healed since 2021. I don't think we do. And that's not necessarily Biden's fault. I think it's very puerile, I guess. I'm trying to translate from Romanian, pueril.
Yeah,
puerile, right?
Puerile.
It's a very puerile concept to just point the finger at Biden. It's the entire infrastructure behind him.
Yes, because as you said, once the job was done, the breakings of the Constitution stopped because they were no longer following the spirit of the Constitution.
Yes.
Today, these issues just don't stop. No matter if the goal is achieved, the abuse is...
What was it that Milton Friedman said? There's nothing more permanent than a temporary
governmental program, yes. And there are so many temporary governmental programs that should have been over decades ago, or...
Are you talking about the FBI by chance?
Well, the income tax was also a temporary governmental program?
No, it was an amendment of the Constitution. I would argue I think that the Supreme Court had it right when it upheld that the IRS actually was founded to be permanent. Because when you pass a constitutional amendment, it's basically ipso facto the law of the land. So now it was the law of the land. Ratified correctly or not, it did became the law of the land from then on. I'm not saying I like it. I'm just saying that I don't think that particular program was
okay. Fair enough. Then yeah, but the FBI is an example. The war on poverty is an example. The war on drugs is an example. And even more recently, like the COVID relief stuff. I mean, it's
the Patriot Act.
The Patriot Act,
which got sunset.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. It got sunset. Do we feel any different now? Is there any difference between the day it was sunset and today? No, because a whole bunch of other legal infrastructures started popping up, additions to the US Code of Law that now supplant perfectly the Patriot Act. And it could have gone away, and it did. And things run like business as usual. The NSA continues to do what it does. The FBI continues to do what it does. And they do it perfectly legally because other laws were passed to actually facilitate that. And as much as people like to say that, oh, the Patriot Act is gone now, what are you complaining about? The spirit of the Patriot Act still breathes. Its ghost is still there.
Yeah, or more recently, the whole great grift forward, the COVID relief funds and all of that.
Great grift, that's a great...
or the great sneeze forward, whatever. I mean, California still has an emergency declaration today, and it's almost December 1st when we're filming. Yeah. It still has a declaration of emergency for COVID. I mean, even most of China doesn't have an emergency declaration at this point for COVID.
Most of China, yeah.
Most of China, yeah. But there you go.
And South Korea already abandoned it, which is a surprise. I thought that South Korea would abandon it after the United States.
But even South Korea, to be fair, in South Korea, there was a far-right president elected just a few months ago on the promise that he was...
Far from far-right, in my opinion. But
hence the scare quotes. Far-right by contemporary South Korean standards.
Yes.
He basically said feminism is cancer and the COVID theater is kind of cancer. And I suppose that made him far right, whatever. And he also said we should not unite with the communist North Korea, which I guess also made him far right. Basically a very sensible individual.
Yeah.
But except most of China, which again, we don't take China as a standard as opposed to the TV anchors in Italy. By the way, in Italy, when Meloni Chan abolished all of the COVID theater, and I'll confirm that in January when I'll be in Rome. She got a blowback, not from the people. The people were like, oh, fucking finally. It was about bloody time a year ago.
I already got confirmation from my mom. She was in Rome recently, and she said, all these people are just taking off their masks. They don't have anything,
Yeah. So, but after she made the announcement that, okay, this whole thing is just over, koniec filma, let's get on with our lives. Most of the population was like, fucking finally, it was time a year ago, but okay, better later than never. But the mainstream media mounted quite a serious backlash against the government for that. And their main example was like, yeah, but look, they're still doing it in China. So, that was their ironic argument. And, everyone kind of disliked that. And, the mainstream media got itself into a scandal of its own.
That is not going to play well with Italians.
Yeah, well, and it didn't, obviously.
It's like with Cubans. It's the same thing. Italians and Cubans are pretty much the same people.
Yeah, very temperamental people, and you just should not piss them off, because if you do, sure, it takes a while until you piss them off. But once you did, it also takes a while to calm them down. In any event, as opposed to Italy, we don't take China as opposed to Italian mainstream media, sorry, not Italy, the country. We don't take China as a standard. So if we don't take China as a standard, it is indeed shocking that in California they're still continuing the theater. Even after the Senate voted to abolish it, even most Democrats agreed that, okay, it's kind of time to wrap this shit up. But for some instance,
even the Biden administration made its recommendations. To his credit, that was actually a good call. Should have been done 2 years sooner, but still.
Better later than never.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of Democrats really being upset with Biden just casually saying, oh, come on, what are you talking about? The pandemic is basically over. It just is what it is. And the reaction from some leftists was like, oh no, the far right are now going to use the president's comments. And guys, can't you please agree with your president when he's right? I mean, is that difficult these days?
Yeah. With Italy, I think that a lot of that backlash came from COVID, regardless of what Meloni said, because her messaging was mostly about family, about all very important things, right? Family, culture, and God. And a lot of things that are still very important to maybe not the most intellectual urbanite Italians, but to most Italians. It's very important to and Italian has a huge heel of the country, just like Romania does, to contend with. And those people just decided to unite and say "me ne frego" and voted for her. I mean, it's not like a lot of them actually really liked her, but they said at that point "me ne frego."
We don't have to like Meloni Chan, we just have to dislike the rest of you a lot more, which they did because, well, it's not like they
you do not want to get to the point where Italians start saying that again.
And to be fair, they did have a point. With that said, I mean, even her messaging on COVID was initially a bit off the base, but then throughout most of the shit show, it was a bit correct. It was mostly correct.
Well, she knew how to follow the line.
Yeah. I mean, she didn't go full radical on it, like many segments of the Republican Party did in the US. Not that those were wrong; they were, of course, correct too. But she did say, well, look, there is such thing as fundamental freedoms, and yes, we have a constitution as a terms of service, so, you know, maybe the standards aren't that high in Italy as they are in the US, but still, I mean, really excluding a third of the population, even more, from basic access to society because of this, that doesn't even work. It's probably a terrible idea, which was deemed as a far-right radical message in Italy, and surprise, surprise, the rest of the population did not see it as an extremist message, but rather as something reasonable.
Exactly the same as in Romania, you know, Cristian Terheș, with his speech in the parliament, everybody was expecting that, oh, this is crazy, you know, and stuff like that. But Romanians were very, very adamant,
quite proud
on
of
his
him.
side, yes.
Yes. And Cristian Terheș was not a popular politician in Romania, but he became one as a result of his activities in the European Parliament.
To provide a little bit of context to the audience, Cristian Terheș was in the European Parliament, I think in 2021, was it?
No, he's been there since 2019.
No. In that particular speech that we saw a bit earlier.
Yeah, that was in 2021.
He delivered a speech in which he pointed out that the contracts for the vaccine arrivals into Europe was redacted so hard, and he actually showed the pages in front of the screen, in front of the cameras, showing just all the black ink. Yeah.
And you can see it's all redacted in such a way. I mean, I've had the conversation with someone who worked in military intelligence, and his reaction was like, goodness me, not even when I was in my line of work things were redacted that badly. So it was either lazy work or there's something really fucked up in those contracts. And to be fair, both can be true. It could be lazy, because I find it very difficult to have like 6 or 7 consecutive pages so confidential from a corporate perspective that they require 100% redaction. That's probably lazy. I'm sure there could be maybe a few key phrases that you don't want the public to see, but...
Have you ever looked at the FOIA requests that are fulfilled by the CIA? For a large part, those are less redacted.
Yes.
I can go and submit a FOIA request for things that happened as close as the Iraq War, and to the present, and I will have a lot more information than Terheș had about the vaccines.
Yeah, because that's another reason why the whole controversy attracted more loonies, I guess, is because it was really, really weird just how hard Particularly the European Commission tried to hide their dealings, and of course they're failing, and some of them will probably end up in jail, or if not, they wish they would have ended up in jail, because they tried really, really hard to basically hide the fact that they laundered a few shekels. I mean, really, all politicians do that.
A few?
Well, a few more.
A couple billion.
A couple of billion, that's still not a lot, considering the amount of corruption Gerhard Schröder pulled off several years ago in Germany. I mean, really, it's not really a lot, or considering the amount of corruption that we're so soon going to have again in Brazil under Lula. I mean, when you compare to the big players of corruption, the European Commission is still a small fish. And the fact that they tried so hard to the level that they beat up the CIA in secrecy, or even other more secretive institutions, that tends to attract loonies, because then the loonies can say, well, see, I told you there is a conspiracy there. Yes, there is, just not the one you think of.
5G conspiracies incoming.
It doesn't have to be shape-shifting reptilians. It's just enough to have $5 billion being able to be stolen, and that's when you have an alignment of interests. So there's that. Nevertheless, the Davos party wanted a great reset with COVID. They're getting one. It's just not the one that probably was.
Be careful what you wish for. You might actually get it.
Yeah. So then there's that. And then there's let's shift gears to the second topic a little bit. And then there is Poland. Poland, which remains a special case in many ways, and since the onset of the war in Ukraine, of course, has gotten more into the mainstream news. For various reasons, we'll go through each of them. But carrying on with the topic with COVID, in Poland it was really weird. The opposition to COVID policies was much smaller. Admittedly, the administration also didn't go full retard like in Italy or Spain, but also because most of the country took it as the opportunity of, so I guess if we can afford to work remotely, we get to spend a lot more time with our families instead of commuting to the cities. Winning. So the opposition was disjointed, because you had the ruthless liberals who opposed the policies and the very loonies, and they just could not unite with each other because the ruthless liberals are just too arrogant for it. If they had been less arrogant, they probably would have won. And but since they were so arrogant, it didn't work out. So this was visible in the last independence march that I attended to in Warsaw in November, on the 11th, where the attendance was a bit lower. It created friction within the mainstream right in Poland. COVID created a small friction, probably smaller than the left expected, but still big enough to be noticeable. With that said, they somehow managed to overcome it surprisingly fast. I guess war next to their border tends to help with that. But tell me, because you probably know even a bit more than I do, why is Poland now so much in the newspapers? Because it's not because a Russian-made Ukrainian missile accidentally fell on a farm in what was it, Przeszów, I think. It's not because of that. I mean, the Poland military strength has been increasing a lot under the Prawo i Sprawiedliwość administration, even before the war started, and even probably even more so after the war started.
On January of 2022, although I'm not at liberty to state exact figures, Poland has already been increasing, as you said, its military presence, significantly becoming, as I remember, the third largest land power in Europe. Mm-hmm. If you count Russia as a land power, which
is a difficult.
I would rather call it a disaster, but let's call it a land power, just to give it a little bit of a bone. Mm-hmm. As soon as March rolled in, my reports were coming in saying that the recruitment stations were overflowing. Mm-hmm. Poland is, at this moment, to the west, a terrifying country.
Why is that?
Because it is saying, when it goes to conventions for military hardware, the military contractors ask it, which one of these vehicles would you like to sample and buy? Poland does not answer with anything but yes.
Right. So they've been buying a lot. Their manufacturing capacity is also increased.
They have a contract with South Korea to, well, it's public knowledge now. They have a contract with South Korea to import those tanks for little people and then increase them for, you know, Polish-sized people. The K2 specifically, which is a very decent all-rounder main battle tank. And what's unique about this is that it's the first time that a European country will buy, in a very long time, the concept, not the tank, the concept of the tank, and do a technology transfer where it will manufacture the tanks locally with the Polish modifications and also be able to manufacture the parts. This is the start of a homegrown defense manufacturing industry and military industrial complex inside of Poland. Now, what I can't say publicly is where, but I can say publicly what. Poland plans to have, let me word this carefully because there's a lot at stake. Poland plans to have, how do I put it so that it doesn't sound
Crazy.
cat out of the bag kind of thing, you know. It plans to have a military presence in parts of the world where you would normally expect the United States to be. Let's put it that way. In a big picture kind of way, Poland is starting to become the America fuck yeah capital of the East. And although, so it's going to be neck and neck with France, and France, I don't like to get too ahead of myself, but France has a very strong interest in ensuring that this actually happens. Because for France, it's very important to have a Polish ally, an ally in the East, and Poland has always been a reliable ally for Poland, for France. Sorry, Poland. Poland has also been a very reliable ally for Poland. That has to do with the fact that for the 500 years prior to the partition of 1789, France has benefited a lot from having a very scary and very huge power on the other side of the Holy Roman Empire.
Yes,
and whenever Poland was threatened, France stood alone. In World War II, you saw this example that the phony war happened. France pushed all the way into the Rhineland, and it got okay, yada yada. You know, it was able to fire its artillery shells into freaking Köln, and you know, go really far beyond the Siegfried Line, and then just randomly withdrew because, well, not randomly, they just had very weird intelligence reports, and they thought that the Germans might actually push back some of their divisions from the invasion of Poland to France. But that cost them their ally in Poland. And although they were allied with the British, they were very quickly overtaken all the way up to Dunkirk. And, you know, the evacuation happened and France was annexed by Nazi Germany. So for France, the historical lesson for them was keep Poland close to you and attach yourself at the hip to her as much as you can afford to without really, really, you know, announcing it on the top of the hills, because there's a little bit of an ego thing going on as well. For France, for Poland, what it knows is that I don't think that they don't think that France will ever really protest what's happening. If you notice, most of the protests are actually coming from Germany.
Which makes sense.
Yeah. There's even speculation from German press that they might be lining up troops at the border with Germany and getting.
Which I hope they should. I mean, I don't know if they're doing it.
I will not confirm or deny anything about that.
I hope they should. There's generally a good policy to have, if you border Germany, have troops at that border. It's generally good policy.
Yeah. So, but you don't hear a lot from France or any condemnations coming from France. Sure, there are condemnations about how the migrant crisis was handled back in
2015. Yeah.
Yeah.
But there was this, there was that, bridge now.
All that doesn't matter.
Because in the last episode we did mention, jumping a little bit to the French topic because it's connected to Poland. We did say in the last episode that France is going through a slow cultural revival, and we had commentators disagreeing, but I don't know, man, following the last parliamentary elections in France, I'm not sure if I disagree.
I unfortunately haven't followed those.
Well, basically the last parliamentary election, I mean, yeah, Macron got re-elected, but with the hung parliament.
That was expected.
Yeah, that was expected, but with the hung parliament, essentially. I mean, he cannot govern the way he did in his
But to his credit, Macron also hasn't done a terrible job either, from a foreign policy perspective. Maybe from a domestic policy perspective, you can say he was an absolute disaster. I wouldn't necessarily be that harsh with him, because there were some very good domestic policy decisions that he made, but he is kind of governing like the centrist he said he would be.
Now, definitely.
Yeah. And in terms of foreign policy, he has done a lot to expand France's influence across the world, especially in Africa. And I know a lot of people think, oh, the ooga booga Africa, you know, it's not important. Trust me, it is monumentally important to make sure that other countries like maybe Russia, maybe China, not have influence over Africa.
Particularly China.
Yeah, Russia has influence on what, 2 countries? I think.
At most.
And that's a very tepid influence. But as far as China is concerned, that's a behemoth.
Yes, and China has been much more aggressive in acquiring influence in Africa, oftentimes via the predatory means that we all are all acquainted with. And now several tragedies will occur as a result of that. And say what you want about French colonialism, it's oftentimes pretty bad, but it's a virgin compared to Chinese colonialism. Let's put it this way.
Well, Chinese colonialism within its own borders is also pretty fucking terrible.
Yes, that's true. That's true. If you remember the fact that the People's Republic of China is a bit bigger than what China should be. So then there's that. Anyway, back to France. You did say that Macron was decent at expanding France's influence, and that's true. But in the context of the Russian-Ukrainian war, he got criticized multiple times, and I will say that sometimes fairly. I mean, just a month before this, or 2 months before the election, the war started, Macron was in Vilnius telling the Lithuanians to cut it down a little bit with the Russophobia, and Russians aren't that bad and whatnot. And I'm like, wait, what? I mean, seriously?
Are you sure your plane landed in the proper destination?
Yeah, and the Lithuanians were like, what? Where did that come from? And it wasn't an accident. He repeated it again in Riga a month later. I mean, it was clearly an intentional thing. And then we remember all at the onset of the war, he insisted on having these long conversations with Putin. Maybe some of them were warranted, granted.
And he knew that that was going to have to be theater.
Yes.
To play to the base of the French, and I think you're very familiar with this, but the French right is actually very pro-Russian.
Yeah, it is Russophilic, not necessarily pro-Putin, but definitely Russophilic.
Russophilic, because of the previous alliance that France had with Russia. And, wishes it could still have. Among a large segment of the population. So you can't just go in and, guns blazing and say, no, Slava Ukraini!
Yeah, I suppose,
you can't do that.
Which is something that Poland was able to do, despite its complicated history with Ukraine.
Yeah, one thing that surprised me, right? Speaking on Poland, really surprised me. When I was first assessing the outbreak of the war, I thought, there's no love lost between Poland and Ukraine. I don't think Poland is going to be quite so enthusiastic as some of the people that I've been talking to have said. And it turns out they were right. I was wrong. They were not tepid at all.
Yep. No, I knew they would not be tepid, but I was unsure how the popular reaction would be, because the elites had been rebuilding the connections since at least 2014. So I knew that the administration would be enthusiastic. I just wasn't sure about the popular reaction. That's why I really wanted to attend the Independence March this year in 2022, and I did. I'm glad that I did. Just to see what the popular reaction is, especially among the radicals, because that's who attends the Independence March. And those people matter quite a lot, because it's 200,000 people that can modify the trajectory of at least 2 million votes. And 2 million votes, okay, Poland is a big place, but 2 million votes can change the government. So, you know, the Independence March is a very good place to do sociological studies. And what surprised me was to see banners of Polish people with the Bandera picture on it. I mean, that's what? That was unimaginable 4 years ago. Batko nasz Bandera. Yeah, I mean, that was effectively unimaginable 4 years ago at Poland's centennial in 2018. That was just unimaginable. Okay, chants about Lukashenko, that happened before as well, but much harsher this time around. And yes, there were the people on the in that march that were from the let's call it the libertarian right, who are not a big fan of the war effort, not necessarily against it either, but definitely not big fans. And you know, some of them came with banners such as this one. I mean, I'm gonna put it in post-production, some of the footage, like "Nie naszej wojny," which means not our war, or "Stop Ukrainizacji Polski," stop the Ukrainization of Poland. So there were some of those, but then just 3 or 4 feet to their left on the same street, I mean, just nearby, definitely they could see each other, there were the chaps with the outright Azov battalion flag. So it's clear that even if there is disagreement, the disagreement is taken lightly, even among the radicals in Poland. Even so, that if that is the case there, then that means in the wider society the disagreement is even more lower. Then that is quite amazing. I mean, Russia managed to do something that was just effectively unimaginable just a few short years ago.
Yes.
To see Polish people going out with a picture of Bandera in the street, what? I mean, how did that happen?
Because now the entire East is relatively, not entirely, but enough to matter, unified under the slogan, "Fuck Russia." It's that simple. When you see an invading, you know, the thing is that if it were a defensive war and Ukraine would have attacked Russia, Poland would have definitely been what, you know, just
less supportive, to put it mildly.
Much less supportive. Probably some war hawks would have, you know, still pushed for it, but I don't think it would have really made a difference. But now that they're fighting a defensive war, and they fought so impressively in that defensive war, the Polish people have this DNA, this cultural memory inside of their DNA of the defense of Warsaw. And one of the things that I remember hearing once when I was listening to a lot of the, you know, I was studying the battles and everything else. And one of the things that I remember was one soldier saying, "Hey, look, it's the Red Army. They're coming to help us, you know, against the Russians. Go, you know, to the signalman. Go, signal that we come in peace." And he was shot by a shell of a tank. And that's when they realized, no, there is nobody coming for you. They're coming to take your country. They're not coming to help you. And that kind of betrayal, it resonates over multiple generations. And I think it just it just sent that signal into their DNA as soon as Russia was invading Ukraine and they were fighting for Kiev.
Yeah, there is, or at least was, and by was I mean between February and let's say April of 22, there was that signal, holy shit, maybe, what if we are next? So let's do something that we're not next. There was some sentiment like that for sure.
In Romania, for sure, because of the fact
And in
that
Poland too.
yeah, but then also in Romania because of the fact that there was Lukashenko accidentally revealing the plans to invade Moldova.
So, while Moldova is in the other geopolitical space, we do regard it as our backyard, and understandably so. I don't think anyone can really be upset for this position. So yeah, we did feel it as well, if they're gonna get into our backyard, that's gonna be a problem. And in a way they did. I mean, Moldova, as we're taping now, has limited electricity, and up until yesterday had none. There was mass blackouts.
So they recovered in the end.
Yeah, they
at
did.
least a little bit.
Yeah, no, and they did because, you know, the fast construction of infrastructure that should have happened years ago, but the commies disagreed in the past, is now happening. So, you know, they'll be fine. But nevertheless, it's not a pleasant thing to stay without electricity several days.
In the winter.
In the winter, and especially in a cold place like Moldova, because of shelling that did not happen on the territory of Moldova, but nevertheless hit a nexus that is on the territory of Ukraine. So there's that. Yeah, this feeling that holy shit, what if we're next? I guess it did push the East EU countries, let's put it this way, into a direction of, okay, I guess it's time for us to do something about it, so we make sure we're not the next.
For Poland, I don't think that was the message. Not at least, well, yeah, that was the message that inspired a lot of people to go to the recruitment offices, that inspired a lot of people to go to, into basic training. There were even people who couldn't make it as recruits that wanted to learn from other veterans and stuff like that.
That's where the patriotic guards came in.
Yeah. And a lot of that, that has to do with that. But as far as arms industry and militarization is concerned, it was going to continue either way because of the threats from both sides.
Yeah, I mean, that map is not a meme, Europe according to Poland, and it has Western bully and Eastern bully. And it is a funny meme, but it's also not a meme. It's
the whole
taken very seriously.
I mean, I think Germany is now starting to become aware, because it wasn't before. But and now it's a little too late, but it's starting to become aware that there's this massive preparation to try to unite not just Poland but several other Eastern Bloc countries to become one united front. Maybe not one country, definitely not, but
a cordon sanitaire for sure.
Yeah, cordon sanitaire. That's a great way of putting it. Through the Międzymorze. So the 3 Cs initiative, as everybody was talking about it, it sounded like, it's like the World Economic Forum before the East. Yeah, sure, keep thinking that.
Sure, keep thinking that. That's so cute.
It's okay, and we just kept telling people that, it's exactly like WEF. Yeah, exactly. It's like a trade union. Yeah, absolutely. Turn up the factories. Now they're starting to poke.
Yeah, well, it is like a trade union. We just trade a lot of weapons and new railways that bypass West European countries.
And the munitions that Romania is manufacturing that might as well be called Minengeschoss 2.
Yes, but it is still a trade union. I mean, nowadays there's work to expand the Soviet gauge from Moldova all the way into the big cities of Galați and Iași.
The gauge, right?
No, the gauge, the wide...
the width of the train, the gauge.
It's gauge, sorry. Okay, fair enough. And it's all that because, we want just faster trains to our neighboring Moldova. Well, that if it happens that it also has trays with cement, that's just a positive byproduct. And no, of course, this trays with cement is the priority. But nevertheless, speaking of the 3 Cs initiative, about 2 weeks ago, one of the main ideologues of the administration in Poland attacked President Iohannis, the president of Romania, for pushing through the organization of the summit. The next summit will be held in Bucharest, even though it was not technically Romania's turn.
It's a little bit forward, but...
Yeah, it was not Romania's turn. Romania hosted it in 2018, so it was not exactly Romania's turn right now. There are still countries in the...
I think it probably might have been an honest mistake.
I don't know, but what I'm saying is that the the framing of that ideologue got me thinking a little bit, because he was not complaining that, oh, it's not Romania's turn and we already had one just a few years ago, which is a fair argument, but it's a weak one. No, his argument was like, let us remember that that guy is a German, and what if he what if he disunites our region? And so he attacked him on a geopolitical and personal level rather than on an administrative level. So that this goes to show that within the administration of Poland there is this idea, and it's very seriously taken, of making sure that no disunity is being sown, not just on the issue of the war with Ukraine, but generally on the Western question as well.
To the Polish, Klaus Johannes is a person who comes from an area that used to be part of Austro-Hungary. To us, we know that Klaus Johannes has our backs.
Yes, and he's from here, from the town where we're taping.
I mean, you can call him a ficus, you can call him whatever you want.
Wardrobe.
I will agree with you on that.
A wardrobe, he's a nice wardrobe.
I would not agree with you if you said that he doesn't have at least somewhat Romania's interests at heart.
I can agree with at least somewhat.
To a large extent, I would say that he does. He's just playing with a very difficult deck of cards.
Why is that? Why do you think it's a difficult deck?
Why do I think that? It's because he's still operating under the mentality that Romania is beholden to the interests of the West. And that's a very old school mentality, and he's part of the old guard of the early 2000s kind of political sphere.
Yes.
You understand?
Yes.
And I can understand from his mentality that he has to kind of balance the interests of the West with the East. And unfortunately, here's where I agree with you, right? That I think that's not enough. I think that's insufficient. I think that, and here I don't know if we'll agree, I think we will, that I think what is more necessary is to have new blood in Romanian politics that understands that our destiny, our future is best determined in a stronger alignment with the East, because the East has an incredible amount of potential that cannot be underestimated. I mean, most Romanians in the early 2000s, and even to this day, still consider the West superior, and they have this inferiority complex where they think
Poland had it too, but they got rid of it.
Yes, somehow. They got rid of it very quickly and very efficiently. But for Romania, there's still that lingering feeling that what if Germany is better? And a lot of Romanians that haven't been to Germany,
they tend to believe that,
yeah. And a lot of Romanians that have been to Germany get very impressed with how Frankfurt am Main looks. It's a beautiful place.
It's a beautiful place,
and a lot of Germany is just absolutely jaw-droppingly picturesque. It's very beautiful. But that beauty is not representative of the people who inhabit it. So, and, you know, I'm trying not to insult Germany too much, although to an extent in the present times and the current year, they probably deserve it. I think Romania has to look at partnerships that can go beyond the next 20 years. Because Romania can either be a colony of the West or an arbiter of the East. And I don't think I'm saying that correctly in English. In Romanian, it would be very great to say, you know, arbitrarului.
I guess mitigator.
Yeah, a player.
Mediator.
A player in the East.
Yeah.
It actually can play in the East. It's its backyard. It knows the East very well. And the East can be extremely powerful, and they have proven that they are capable of more than before. You know, in 2002, I don't think that a Russian invasion of Ukraine would have played out the way it does today.
For sure.
That's what I'm saying. I think Romanian people, on average, you know, the average Joe, is starting to observe that. They're seeing, oh, Ukraine can do things. And yes, a lot of support came from the West, but you cannot underestimate the determination of those people. And what are they fighting so hard to protect? is not a shithole. You wouldn't fight that way for a shithole. You would fight that way if you thought you had a chance. You had a chance to build something after you're done.
Yeah, and to be fair, this has started to change slowly in this country as well. But we still do seem, at the very least, to be slower than Poland on this. We're basically heading into the same direction.
That's because you made the choice of annexing Ardeal. That's why.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
Although, to be fair, there are now basically two points of friction between Hungary and Poland. One of them, of course, being the whole Russia thingy, where we have to understand Orban. He has to balance interests a little bit differently because, you know, Hungary has no resources.
I wouldn't call that too much of an excuse. He could have made nicer to us.
Well, he did, and as soon gas started flowing from here, he changed his tune on Russia as well. So that thus proving that his first intent was just, okay, let's avoid the blackout.
I can understand him. I don't excuse him, but I do understand him.
Yeah.
I understand that as a Prime Minister of Hungary, your first and foremost duty is to your constituency, not
since he won by 2/3,
not to what the World Economic Forum is telling you to do, not what the United States is telling you to do, not what France is telling you to do, but what Hungary is telling you to do. And Hungary is telling you, don't make us Hungary without the A, you know, hungry.
Yeah.
So I do understand he was in a very difficult position, but no, there's no but. He was in a difficult position. He was purely and simply in one of the most difficult positions a politician in the East can find himself in, to be frank.
To clarify for everyone listening in particular, although it may sound obvious, I'm wearing a Poland t-shirt, but when we say the East, we mean Mindjemozie or Intermarium, we don't mean Russia, because, you know, this is another issue. Whilst on support for Ukraine, there is there's not a full consensus, and that's a good thing. Full consensus is always wrong, but there is a wide enough consensus. When it comes to the Intermarium, the issue is a lot more contentious because leftists seem to be very afraid of the whole idea. Do they have a serious reason to be afraid, or is it just their instinctive?
What are they afraid of?
Growing cooperation within the Intermarium, especially the growing military.
Leftists within the Intermarium? No, they don't care.
Yeah, no. I mean the Western left. Yeah, sure. The leftists within the Intermarium.
They're afraid because of this. If the Intermarium becomes something bigger than this little club that it is right now, I mean, let's be frank. It's starting to be more than that, but it still kind of reminds me of a little football club, you know, a junior league football club. If it becomes something more than it is, that's Ukraine, Poland, Romania, possibly Belarus after a bit. Lukashenko hits the hay.
Bulgaria, Czechia,
Magyarország, Serbia even.
Even Serbia, yes.
Even Serbia.
People underestimate just how slimy Vucic can be.
Croatia, absolutely.
Yes.
Yes. Slovenia, although we kind of tap it on whether we want them there or not.
You know, sometimes you need fanboys in your empire as well.
But Ukraine, Poland, and Romania. What is this? One of the largest gas exporters in Europe, coupling with one of the largest heavy metal producers in Europe, one of the largest oil producers in Europe, the largest gas producer in Europe west of Moscow. And all of a sudden, you've shifted the power of decision from Moscow to Kyiv and Warsaw. So you've made essentially you've allowed a different polar arrangement to be made. And this time, many of those countries are inside of the EU. So now...
That means the EU decision-making also moves very east.
Moves towards where the resources are,
yes.
Right? I mean, you don't like us? Okay, you know, we just have to turn a key and say, okay, you get cold this winter just because we want it. That's what Putin did. Now it's Kiev that's doing it.
That could do it, yeah.
Yeah. You know, in the fields of Kramatorsk, there is a shitload of fucking power, political power. As much as Kramatorsk is not necessarily one of the most pleasant cities in Ukraine, but it's still...
But what's underneath it is
what's underneath
very
it
important.
gives it an immense amount of political decision making, and that's why there's this tepid response to annexing it, to allowing it to enter the EU, because that means you have two Polands, a Poland with the spirit, and a Poland with God and soil, and the breadbasket, and that could be dangerous. That could be highly dangerous to the established order of the EU. That could be very dangerous to the interest in Bruxelles. Because in Belgium, what does Belgium have? It has just
the headquarters of the European Commission.
It has the headquarters of the European Commission and a whole bunch of politicians who can do absolutely nothing to stop, to decide whether the flow of gas actually comes or doesn't. And to Germany, the partnership with Russia over Nord Stream was somewhat beneficial, because for a very long time, Russia did not really mind Germany doing whatever it wanted to within its own borders, and that was actually a very good thing. Ukraine will be a little bit more interested with what Germany does with its borders.
Especially, I mean, not only it should, but all of us in the
And
East.
as an EU member, it will have a higher stake in that as well. Because what happens in the EU will send ripples into Ukraine. And Ukraine obviously won't be interested
in
at
most
all
of what happens
in listening
in the EU,
to what the EU has to say about its little utopian ideals. As a matter of fact, I'm actually directly paraphrasing from Arestovich, who called the EU an utopian project.
Which is a very polite way of describing the EU. You gotta hand it to Arestovich.
And his fifth project, if it includes membership in the EU, will keep going on as usual, replacing the Russian project, which was the fourth project, with the Kievan project. And as a member of the EU, meaning that you now have, out of this war, a country that is, yes, devastated, but so powerful, I don't think many people in the EU even conceive of what might come. Because even the people who are afraid don't know how afraid they should be. And I'd prefer to keep it that way, because I'm not going to reveal too many details.
Yeah, but
I will never do that, even under pain of death. I just won't.
right. Well, maybe one day if I'm feeling lucky.
But that's why the right should support Ukraine. And not in the way that the left is saying to support Ukraine. You know, just send an infinite, bankrupt your country and culture to support Ukraine. Don't do that. It's okay. You know, you can just step aside and not get in the way. That's one of the things that I would ask the United States to do. Just don't get in the way. That's all. A lot of the American right is very adamant about, why are we supporting Ukraine and stuff like that. And they kind of have a point, because...
We'll get to that after the break, but yes.
Yeah.
Sticking around in the Intermarium for a little bit longer, and then we'll head to a very special music break. What I wanted to gather from you is that what time frames are we looking at? I hope we're not talking decades. I'm thinking more in terms of the next 7-ish years.
Do not, you know how Obama said, do not underestimate Biden's ability to fuck up?
Yeah.
Which is very interesting, because Biden actually on a foreign policy level didn't fuck up very much.
Yes.
That was actually pretty
I have
interesting.
to agree. Yeah.
I expected him to fuck up more. But that aside, right? Do not underestimate the resolve of the East to accomplish things faster than they project. Poland plans to expand its military by 2035. I mean, do you really believe that, seeing what you saw on the ground in Poland?
Yeah, no, it's probably going to be faster.
No. it's already here. Half of the goals have already been accomplished.
About that, yes.
I won't say exactly what those goals are because that's classified. But on the
I
other
know
hand,
exactly what you're talking
yeah,
about.
half
It's
of the
definitely
goals.
moving faster than that.
Yes, it's moving, and that was intentional. It was so that, and this I can't say because it's just ideological philosophizing, but it was so. It was very clear from the outset that I wish I could speak Romanian. The West needed to be convinced that this is not an immediate alarm bell. I'm not going to say threat, alarm bell. And
when you say the West, you do mean West Europe, not...
no, the Western, all of the West, America included.
Okay.
Did not need to. So this is where I'm starting to get into very dangerous territory. I have to be very careful what I say. But the West should not be over-informed or overconfident either way with what Poland is doing. It was all to cause as much confusion as possible among the ranks of the elites. And to provide a reliable and beneficial relationship with anybody who decides to turn in her direction. And who turns in Poland's direction? People who, in the United States, as an example, right, are oriented towards the Constitution, right? Who are very center-right or right-wing, who understand that having that kind of ally is really valuable and it's okay, right? So what happened with Poland is that it saw what happened. It anticipated. This is what's intelligent about what Poland did. It anticipated what would happen eventually in the United States and acted accordingly. This has been going on since 2015, 2016. They knew that the election of Donald Trump was not exactly a watershed moment, that there was going to be a failure.
There's going to be some turmoil for sure.
Yes. So Poland needed to get its shit together so that it doesn't end up in the situation that it was in when it had no allies. It can be the ally instead of relying on the ally. That's what happened. But it needed to do this in such a way that, God, it's so hard to talk about this without revealing the hand, Yeah, sure, okay. I'll reveal a little bit, but, not, without endangering anything. What needed to be done by 2035 was a lie. It needed to be done earlier, much earlier, but at the same time they had to be convinced that it would take that long so that they wouldn't react to it. That's all. That's all it is.
Yeah, just a small disinformation at the end of the day, or relaying slightly inexact information, which in diplomacy should surprise approximately nobody. And what
the USA did the same thing with the F-35 program.
And not just the, I guess that's...
And again, that's monumentally beneficial to everybody who feels betrayed by it. It's beneficial to them too.
Yes.
And that's the thing. Ukraine will betray the West in a way that's beneficial to the West.
Yeah, but that's very difficult to explain to people in November, December 2022.
And that's
it will
the thing.
become much more obvious later
So you
on.
were asking, your original question when we trailed off to this, right, was why are people afraid? It's because some of the leftists are smart enough to see
where this is heading.
Man, this shit is gonna kick our shit in and we're gonna be able to do nothing about it. It's gonna be a goal scored 2 meters away from the keeper's hands.
Right. And it's not just, and in this case, it's probably a good example of unity within the Midterms. It's not just Poland who did this. I mean, I was there when the treaty was signed in 2018 about the Via Carpathia. And the most optimistic goal was it will all be done by 2030. I traveled through most of Via Carpathia this month in November.
Yeah.
Even traveling by train from Cluj to this city, most of it is on Via Carpathia, and then from Mediaș is on a secondary
At this
line.
moment, that's the norm.
Yeah, but it's almost done. I
Yeah,
mean, what 2030?
that's the norm.
It will
That's
be
what I'm
over
saying.
It will be over by next summer.
That's what I'm saying. It's that you want to announce things as an Eastern country that will be done in, I don't know, when your grandmother, when you become a grandfather and probably eventually die, and maybe not within your lifetime. I don't know. Maybe that's how they want to announce things.
And even on shorter
and
things.
then do them very quickly and take the West by surprise because they believe when you publish something, or they believe that it's worse than when you publish it. That's the thing. The West believes that every projection the East makes is actually optimistic.
Right.
So now they're doing optimistic evaluations purposefully and then accomplishing it on the pessimistic schedule. Just hurry the fuck up.
Yeah, and it's true even with smaller things. I mean, it was announced, for instance, that there will be a direct train to Ukraine without any much fuss, with an entirely new line built that has both Soviet and European gauge. And it was, it will be done in 2 months, 4 months. And the work started on November the 1st, and it's done. Now, as we're talking, the trains are already running on it. It was really much faster than initially announced. I mean, even with smaller things, this has become the norm. And that's something that's very difficult for people to adapt to, because we come from a tradition of delaying stuff. Union speed is an acceptable idiom even in Romanian, even though we don't have unions as powerful as the United States, but corruption and other things have slowed down things in the past, and now they not only they don't, but they actually create the situation of accomplishing things ahead of time, not necessarily under budget, but ahead of time.
It's not that we're less corrupt here.
Oh no,
we're not less corrupt.
No.
But the means of corruption, just like the means of production, the means of corruption are in the right hands.
And a bit
in particular
different
cases.
too.
Yes.
I guess more democratized, as we were talking before we stopped the
exactly.
we started the recording.
Exactly.
It's a different type of corruption. It's not, the quantity is probably very similar, but the way it's done is very different.
Yes.
And that probably explains why Western Europeans don't understand this corruption.
No, they don't. And the less that they understand about us, the more I thank God for it.
Yeah, and to be fair, even if they want to understand it, they still can't, even if you explain to them point by point. So
I think what I like is that the East is taking advantage of the fact that the West doesn't understand the East. And what I'm saying is that I hope it just stays that way for long enough that we can also fix the West. Help. We won't fix the West. That's no pretension of that. But we can help the West fix itself because it has a reliable partner. Through thick and thin, Poland will continue to be, and Romania will continue to be an ally to the West because it's in their strategic interest. But on the other hand, the West bullshit, now we're immune to it. And that's great. And I'm talking from both the right and the left. I mean, I'm not talking just, these leftist intellectuals. Yeah, sure, that's the biggest danger. But there's also the right-wingers who have absolutely no idea in the West what is going on here. And it frustrates me to no end that right-wingers have no concept of what the East is. And we're going to have to force it down their throats. We have to. Like it or not.
Yeah, and in that sense, even the left-wingers in the Intermarium have become immune to Western bullshit because they tried it and they got themselves thrown out of parliaments. So they also have to have this moment of, hold on a second, maybe we really should do things differently. Maybe we just shouldn't be blindly following our partners in the West. And I'm talking here specifically from a left-wing perspective.
Yeah.
Because the Lewica in Poland got itself thrown out of the parliament because they went full progressive. USR here is just slowly and methodically being dismantled. They may not even run in the next election.
And it's not like the left doesn't exist in Romania. It does. Even after USR will be gone.
Of course. But it will not be a progressive Western one. It will be a
it'll
different
be
kind.
Eastern
Yes.
left, which I can. I can work
Reason with them.
You
Work
can
with
work
them.
with them better.
Yes. Same thing in Bulgaria. PP got itself.
Because the Western left is completely out of touch with the rural class and the working class. I mean, shit, you guys started out as the champions of the working party. What the working class?
The
What
party
fuck
of the
happened?
working man, as they would
Yeah,
call
what the
themselves.
fuck happened? What the fuck happened to you? You know, and even Romanian leftists, you know, the old school ones, they're looking back at that and saying, how is this serving workers? Drag queen story, or how does that serve the working class? At the very least, the reason why you can work with the left in the East is because Eastern leftists at least pretend to still care about working class issues.
And they still pretend to adhere to relatively similar cultural norms.
Yes.
I mean, the cultural norms of the far right all the way to the far left are not that different inside Eastern Europe.
Yes.
They're slightly different, but not by much.
The reason why the left was successful in Romania, which I dare say the PSD, PSD, you know, the what was it?
The Social Democrats.
Social Democrats won so many elections is that they understood the people.
Yeah, they know their country really well.
They knew their country.
And they'll probably win the next election as well.
Yes.
And not because they're the
even
best.
the national liberals, who, for some godforsaken reason, I have no idea why, have become more to the left than the Social Democrats.
They forgot the National Party and the National Liberal, that's for sure.
Yeah. Even they also understand the people better than Western leftists do.
Yeah, that's true.
So, I think when it comes to nations in the West that muse about the East's failings, they really are going to have a hard look in the mirror as soon as our politics start to become more relevant. Once this war is over and we manage to do the things that we've been setting out to do, and they see the massive boom that comes out of that, right or left, regardless, they're going to have a really long, hard look in the mirror and say, where did we go wrong?
You're assuming that such foresight will exist?
No, not foresight. They're going to have to look back.
No, sorry, such wisdom, because it takes it takes wisdom and even intellectual courage.
Leftists in the West are not stupid.
I'm not saying they're
They're
stupid.
just detached. They're very detached.
I'm not saying they're stupid. What I am saying is that maybe they don't have enough wisdom, or they lack the intellectual courage to stop and say, yeah, maybe what if we're the baddies? You know, like in the meme.
But there is enough of them. I mean, Noam Chomsky is
Yes, is one of such example, but he's old.
But he's still very much admired by a lot of nations in the West. Maybe the leftists in America forgot about him because they're the TikTok generation, typically. But you look at a lot of French leftists, for example, they really admire him.
Maybe Slavoj Žižek could be better to sell this to Western.
Slavoj Žižek.
Yeah, because he understands the East quite well.
Yeah.
As opposed to
but I think that watershed moment might happen to a lot of leftists. I don't say that the whole left. You know, I can't disagree with you on this. I do think that a lot of them will have a lot of very severe cases of arrogance and Napoleon complex and all that other shit. But when it comes to reflection, at least a few of them, enough of them, will do that. Will do what I said. Will look back and say, where did we go wrong? And as much as I despise leftists, personally, I think it's good to have leftists you can work with. It's ultimately good for everybody to have leftists you can work with. And the more of them appear, the better it gets. even if it's not the majority, at least the minority, because that minority will matter in the opening stages of the best days ahead of us.
Speaking of where did we go wrong, in the music break, you'll be watching a clip and listening to a song that should make a lot of Russians watch it and say, where the hell did we go wrong? So yeah, we'll be listening to a rendition of Batko Nash Bandera with different lyrics, other than the chorus, of course, which is the same. But it's the kind of rendition that, again, just like many other honks that have happened since the onset of the war, that would have been unimaginable. This clip is a creation of this war. It would not have existed otherwise, ever, under any alternative timeline. It just would not have happened. But here we are, this time it did happen, so we're gonna listen to that, and then we'll get back and we'll discuss quite a lot more about the nitty-gritty in Ukraine, and then something about technology, and that'll be pretty much it. So, Batko Nash Bandera, and we'll be back.
Bandera, Stepan, Bandera, Stepan. Batko nash bandera, Ukraina mati, my za Ukrainu, budemo воювати. Batko nash bandera, Ukraina mati, my za Україну, будемо воювати. Батько наш Бандера, батько наш Бандера. України слава від Донецька в місто Лева. Слава України, аж від Криму і до Сум. Пам'ять про Бандеру, як героя, я тобі несу. Батько наш Бандера, Україна мати, ми за Україну будемо воювати. Батько наш Бандера, Україна мати, ми за Україну будемо воювати. Я знаю, хоча я родом і не звідси, я не з того краю. І третій рік живу я залюбки чужій країні. Я тут як свій, як рину гордо. Слава Україні! Батько наш Бандера, Україна мати, ми за Україну будемо воювати. Батько наш Бандера, Україна мати, ми за Україну будемо воювати. Батько наш Бандера, Україна мати, ми за Україну будемо воювати. Батько наш Бандера, Україна мати, ми за Україну будемо воювати.
All right, we're back. You've listened to a song that I hope you enjoyed. And if you didn't, I'll say that it's quite unfortunate. You don't know how to appreciate art. Come on, it's funny. All right, so Ukraine. Last time we had an episode, it was also with Victor. And we did predict the counteroffensive at Kherson. We did not predict that the front in Kharkiv will be so fragile. We were predicting a much more slower advance.
I think everybody, including the local intelligence organizations, actually, I'll take that back. I know that the local intelligence organizations were absolutely shocked.
By what happened in Kharkiv, yes.
It was a rout.
So, you know, we were a bit wrong about that, although we were correct in predicting that that will fall eventually. We were just expecting a much longer timeline. We were partially wrong on Transnistria in the sense that we were wrong on that on the timeline. We were expecting that one to happen much faster, and in reality, it is evolving much more slowly.
I mean, to be fair to me, I was thinking it would happen. I didn't think it would happen at a particular time frame. I mean, I was thinking, you know, even within the next 100 years, you never know.
Yeah,
things,
well,
you know?
no. I mean, we did expect something more spectacular to occur in Transnistria in the next 3 months compared to the last.
Oh, you're talking about, okay. Yeah.
Compared to
yeah, we were both.
And
pretty taken aback by that.
Yeah, we were right in the sense that soon after we videotaped the episode, the building of the Ministerstvo Gasudarstvenной Bezopasnosti did blow up, and tensions did rise in Transnistria, but then things did not evolve further as we were expecting them to. They are, however, evolving further now at a much slower pace. So by the end of the conflict, we may still be proven right on that one, just wrong on the timeline. All right, so with mistakes and correct predictions notwithstanding, where are we now? We are on the correct side of the Dnieper.
Yes, at the very outset of the war, I had a minor discussion, just speculating with my wife. And I was telling her, because she was asking, how much is Russia actually going to take? And I said, at the very best case scenario, they will consolidate at the Dnieper. But they cannot go any further than
Best
that.
case scenario from Russia's perspective.
Yes. Best case scenario from Russia's perspective, the Dnieper is a goal. And that actually was a goal published. I mean, I was kind of talking out of my ass at that moment, but then I saw that the Russian Ministry of Defense did have as a goal to consolidate all of Ukraine up to the Dnieper. And I thought, okay, that was realistic goal. You can't annex all of Ukraine. So having a goal to go up to the Dnieper was somewhat feasible, if not,
Although
it was still batshit insane and stupid, but it was at least a goal that was manageable.
although the Dnieper goes
Going anywhere beyond the Dnieper, right, was to me something unfathomable. But then there was that betrayal by the head of the security forces in Ukraine that gave them Kherson. But I thought they're not going to hold on to that very long,
Well, they ended up holding.
And they did hold it for longer than I thought they would,
Yeah,
actually.
Yeah.
To their credit, they fought very hard to keep her.
Yeah, on TV, people saw a relatively fast withdrawal of the Russian forces in Kherson, but that's not how things played out in reality. It was a very hard-fought battle.
Yes.
For Kherson. Yes, the conclusion of it was really fast.
Well, that's because there was a lot of veteran forces in Kherson.
And to be fair, it was also an imposed decision by the Ukrainian South Military Command to have a media blackout on anything going on in Kherson Oblast. For the entirety of the battle.
For a very uncomfortable amount of time, even I was blacked out. I couldn't really receive anything from anybody. Very understandably. Communication across the internet and even across secure channels and across satellite is still capable of being intercepted.
It's still
you
remote,
don't want to fuck
yeah.
with that. You really don't want to fuck with that.
Nevertheless, the most scariest stories turned out to be wrong, just as we predicted that they would be wrong. So no talk of Nikolaev, no talk of Odessa. I mean, just that's no.
You pronounce it properly.
Yeah. All of those were in the game, as the Russians said 6 months ago, and we were like, yeah, you sure? Nah, this is not going to happen. And it didn't, so that's a good thing.
No, Mykolaiv was never going to be. It was never going. That was a pipe dream.
Yeah, that would be an appropriate.
That was a pipe dream because of the. Again, I can't really reveal too much in public. A lot of people were there. That's all I can say. Sorry, I can't say any more than that. It was just just trust me, bro.
Yeah. Realistically speaking, that was just not possible.
I can't say anything. I'm sorry. I just really can't say anything about that.
Yeah, realistically speaking, it was just not feasible.
I can't talk.
Right.
That, yeah.
Then Nikolaev notwithstanding, although to be fair, it was just not realistically in play. So then there's that. There is still the issue, and to this day it hasn't been resolved, at the Zaporizhia plant, which is in fact in the city of Enerhodar, but we'll skip that just for conventional reasons, because that's how the media calls it, the Zaporizhia plant. Okay, Zaporizhia plant, even though it's incorrect. That issue still hasn't been resolved. And although the risk is overhyped, because the Russians want the plant to work so they can steal electricity, so they have no intention of taking it down, and the Ukrainians want it turned on so they can use it for their own infrastructure, so they're not going to take it down either. So the risk of a serious issue there in a nuclear sense is significantly overhyped by the media.
Yeah, no, the Russians have no incentive to fuck up there, and neither did the Ukrainians. Everybody on both sides of the war are aware of what kind of disaster would ensue, especially in terms of PR or whatever, you know, when it comes to that particular power plant. So, I mean, Voronezh is another story, but I'm not going to get too much into detail about that.
Yeah, but let's take the worst case scenario. Let's say Zaporizhia plant blows up. There is such thing as the continental winds, and unfortunately for Russia, most of the winds blow towards Russia.
At this point, yes.
Yeah, in most of the year, actually.
Yes.
So, you know, if there is going to be an unfortunate incident there, it's definitely not in Russia's interest for it to happen. Not only because they could no longer steal electricity from it, which they currently do at the second we're filming, but also because it would be a much bigger of a mess for them than for Ukraine. But you're right, also the PR blowback would be an immense disaster, considering that Ukraine...
Russia's not concerned with PR, but,
yeah,
Ukraine is. Ukraine is concerned.
A little bit, or maybe I should say sometimes a bit too much, sorry. So then there's that. What's next after Kherson? I mean, we've seen the videos, it's now public knowledge. The Russians are essentially digging trenches.
You're kind of pushing it with me. What's next after? I really can't talk too much.
Next after Kherson, logically speaking, is Mariupol, since the Russians are already digging trenches around Mariupol. So then there's that.
I again can't confirm or deny anything about that. I'm
sorry,
man.
This is public
I'm
knowledge.
so sorry,
This
man.
is public knowledge.
Okay. I'm gonna speculate. Let's just put it under the umbrella speculation. Right.
But this is public knowledge.
No.
The digging of trenches around Mariupol is a public knowledge, and the logic of how things go is or should be public knowledge. So then there's that. The details are not, I agree.
No, it's not just about the details. Really can't talk. Look, one of the chief priorities for Ukraine right now is shoring up Bakhmut. All right,
where it's the
because again, it's a major transit hub, and you just cannot lose that city. I mean, I know that to every other observer, they think Bakhmut's so insignificant. They're just trying to have one over.
To be fair, Radio Free
Wagner.
Europe has been shoring up the importance of Bakhmut, and they're right.
And Bakhmut is a very important place.
That's why Russia
just like
is pushing...
Izium was for Russia.
Yes, and that's why Russia is pushing the hardest in Bakhmut.
And Liman also
and
was very important for Russia. And the fact that they lost those things is absolutely devastating. Now, what's next after Kherson? So let's go back to that subject. What can I say? Just let me process it for a second. Because I really have to be careful here. I can't jeopardize things, you know. But what's next for Ukraine in particular, on a big picture area, which I can talk about, is trying to do a spearhead somewhere around the front to the east of Kherson. Sure, I'll play ball. Mariupol is not in the cards right now. And it's not going to be in the cards for a long time. I just need I'm sorry, I really need to craft these things very carefully. You understand? In private, we can converse as much as we want, but this is a public setting. So
yeah, it's one of those moments when these things are kind of inconvenient. But
it is, you know, and that big spotlight shining in my face, you know.
I literally put you on the spot with this one, didn't I?
I'm already sweating bullets right now, trying to. I'm really trying not to, you know, jeopardize.
See, this is why I don't make live broadcasts.
Yeah.
Speaking of y'all who keep
No,
on
it's fine.
requiring-
I would be fine with a live broadcast. I think that actually would be a great idea. We'll talk about that some other time. That's out of the subject. That's beyond. All right. So, as far as so Mariupol is not really in the cards, at least. What can I publicly say? For the next 4 or 5 months.
And that makes perfect sense.
It really is not. I don't think that. I think it would be nice for the Russians to think that Mariupol is a fucking target, because that would be fantastic. But there's another target.
There is another mud season between them. So yeah, that makes
There's
sense.
another target, and it comes with a terrain that's more advantageous. I cannot say exactly which target that is, but the terrain is a lot better during the winter when you're pushing there. And at this moment, here's another thing I can say. The Ukrainian observations of the Russian front from Russian informers that may or may have not spoken to anybody close to me is that the supply lines are stretched pretty thin at this moment. The victory at Kherson, which, let's be fair to the Russians, is also actually a strategic withdrawal. Because you cannot defend that kind of land during a winter siege with the kind of forces you were seeing. It was too much. For the Russians, they made an assessment, they saw that, and they picked their battles. You know, they picked their battle wisely and said, this is not a battle we will be able to win. So they made it a priority to lose Kherson. After that loss, you have the Dnieper that is cut. And what happens is that there is a waterway that goes into Sevastopol, right? And if you can cut that waterway, which now is absolutely possible for Ukraine, you make it much more difficult for the Russians to be able to supply their troops, because they have to coordinate traffic in such a way that the most valuable supplies arrive first. And now the most valuable supply is water, not munitions. You understand what I'm saying? And so, going to that point, when that becomes the priority, winter for the soldiers is already going to be a fucking blow to their morale. They are sleeping in cots that are half made. They have holes in them. They're eaten by moths.
The tents are far from...
Their tents are
substandard.
Absolutely terrible. Substandard for their standards. Very substandard for the Ukrainian standards, which is funny. A lot of people think that Ukraine is more of a shithole than Russia. I would like to give you a wake-up call regarding that.
That's just not true.
But anyway, Russians are already sleeping in cots and tents. They should have, by this point, having consolidated most of the areas of the Donbass that they declared independent, having consolidated at Mariupol, at Melitopol, at a good chunk of Zaporizhia. You would think that the Russians would have at least quickly built a few facilities with which to have transport hubs. They have not done that. So what ends up happening is that a lot of the trucks have to arrive piecemeal to supply the troops. And now we get to my point. My point is that Ukraine wants these trucks to be changing their pants every half hour. You understand? You don't even have to destroy the trucks. You just have to make them afraid enough that they don't get there in the time that they need to, because time is everything, especially in winter. And especially when you have trucks full of water that are in danger of freezing. You know, you have to arrive in a certain amount of time before the water starts to get to a temperature that it starts to expand and cause pressure inside of the tank. And these tanks are not like fuel tanks. They blow up very, very readily, very easily, sorry. Ukraine's job is made a little bit easy by how absolutely stellar the Russians are at underperforming in logistics. But that doesn't mean it's going to be entirely an easy job. They still have to focus very much on they have to concentrate all of their fire on the known supply lines and delay supplies as much as possible throughout the winter. It's all a game of morale at this point. I do not expect, I would be very surprised at this point, from what I can reveal, that that Ukraine would make any major attacks during this winter. All right, that's out of the question. Anybody who has any illusions of that, I think they're just bullshitting. At this point, I don't think that Ukraine, it would even be wise to try to really make any major pushes during the winter, because you know how Ukraine's terrain gets during the winter. You've been there many times. I've been there twice. So what is more important is, from a distance, terrorizing the supply lines. And during that time, and we've seen this at the outset of the war, that if you strike at the morale of the soldiers but offer them an off-ramp, they're still human, you know? Russians are not just these orcs, they're still human beings. And they will surrender. There will be pockets of them that surrender. And at the outset of the war, a giant chunk of the Russian casualties were not actually casualties. They were just Russians who willingly surrendered because
they were lost troops but not killed. Yes,
they were told a narrative. They were told, you're going to be welcomed with flowers and hugs by every Ukrainian. And no, it was just shells after shells after shells after shells, and villages constantly protesting them and throwing Molotov cocktails at them. And that's, being told that for nearly half a year before the war even started. And then the war starting, and then you see that shit. You know that your government lied to you. And then Ukrainians are being upfront with you and saying, look, if you surrender, we're going to let you have contact with your family. We're going to give you a warm place. We're going to give you, because it was still pretty cold back then. It was February. And we're going to give you clothing, food, everything else. Don't worry, you're our brother. Right? That was the whole narrative. It was, now the Ukrainians are a lot more radicalized, but back then it was the idea that you're one of us. It's okay, it's fine. Come back to your family. We are also your wider family. Come to us and we'll clothe you and feed you just like mother does. That's I literally heard that from one of the loudspeakers. It was, come back home. We cook food like your mother at home. It was actually that. Yeah. And
today that changed quite a bit.
Yeah, no, the narrative
the
changed.
POWs continue to be treated pretty well.
You don't have a lot of goodwill towards towards Russian soldiers because of after you've seen what happened at Irpin, after you've seen what happened at Bucha, the goodwill kind of eroded. But there was a lot of goodwill at the beginning. Now they're trying it again. Ukraine is going to try that whole narrative again. They're starting to try to calm down their soldiers, just chill for a second. And the winter does give them an opportunity to just sit back, chill, reflect a little bit on the fact that you're still fighting other human beings, act a little human towards them, and give them a way out. That's all I can say. There's a lot of other things that I wish I could, but I can't. So
All
yeah,
right.
as far as Ukraine's immediate goals are concerned, it's just disrupting logistics.
Now, to be fair, geography and history tells us that if there is a war in that region, and let's face it, there have been plenty of them over the last several hundreds of years, it is almost always the case that during winter time the front lines tend to stay stagnant because everyone finds out the hard way that geography disagrees to pretty much and yeah, I suppose this time around is that thing that called long-range missiles that can at least allow for these kinds of operations, which were not possible in the previous wars held alongside the Dnieper.
And very
river.
fuel-efficient missiles nowadays.
Yes,
so they can
and
go pretty...
fuel efficient, and
Yeah.
that's something that I can't discuss too much.
Yes.
Even though I know exactly what those are. But yes, let's focus a little bit on the PR front, where we can definitely discuss a bit more, because we're quite literally discussing propaganda. The good news, from my perspective, and tell me if you think I'm wrong, is that finally the media writ large understood that they don't have to amplify every fart that Zelensky draws in public. I think that's a good thing
I think
for Zelensky personally and for Ukraine.
On a case-by-case basis, it is important to ignore Zelensky. Ultimately, he is kind of not the best politician. Zelensky is not Ukraine.
Of course not.
And that's something, a distinction that has to be, it's very important. It's very important for people to understand in the West. And when they see that Zelensky was a quasi, not even fully, but quasi-leftist politician in the way that he handled himself since 2014.
14,
was,
yeah.
Look, this is something that really bothers me personally. I try not to let that happen because I also understand where it comes from, right? But it's still on a very guttural level, affects me personally as an American. I hate to say as an, because it's just the most useless phrase that's repeated on Reddit, but still, I think it's legit to say here, I am an American, but I am also an American Romanian. I have been in this region of the world for the better part of 2 decades. I've been here for 14 years. There's a lot of people probably watching this that have probably been 6 when I arrived in this
And
country.
for the vast majority of their adult life, for sure.
Yes, all of my adult life.
Or
I
all
mean,
of it, yeah.
Yeah. And I look back home, home as in, in quotes, because that's really is also my home. But you know what I mean? I look at the whole country I was born in, my home country, in America, and I see the right wing. I see people like Nicolas Fuentes with the Russian flag and the Z and the form of St. George, with St. George's colors.
That's a great way
flying
to
in the
signal
middle of
you're a
this
fucking
podcast.
incel, but yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's a great way to signal you're an informant as well.
Oh, and that, I mean, it
but,
kind of grows, yes.
And you have a lot of people, even mainstream Republican or right-wing commentators like Matt Walsh and yes, this is a call-out. Matt Walsh and what's it again? And Michael Knowles, much less Ben Shapiro, talking about how they're serving the mainstream agenda of the left wing and stuff like that. Guys, just look a little bit past your own bubble. Get a little bit out there, and I understand where it comes from, right? Because you see all these people on Twitter with their Ukraine flags, and all of the people put the Ukraine's flag next to the trans flag, or the Ukraine flag next to the rainbow flag, and you see these, the Democrat Party, for example, actually properly sanction the American flag being cut in half with the Ukrainian flag?
Yeah, that's terrible.
Like half Ukrainian, half American flag.
Yeah, that's terrible outright.
That's literally Frankenstein in in flag form. But I get it. You see that stuff, you're immediately disgusted by it. It's a reaction. It makes me vomit. Okay, but look a little bit past it. Those people that are supporting it, they're about to be betrayed by it.
Yes, and also
They will be betrayed.
That's true, and also most of their support is far from concrete.
It's just because it's the current thing.
It's a LARP, yeah. It's the current thing. Yes.
There was a really funny meme. I mean, I wouldn't take this too seriously either, but it's very funny. I heard it from our friend Niels that came over, that he said that you support Ukraine because you believe the Western propaganda. I support Ukraine because I believe the Russian propaganda. We are not the same.
Yeah.
That kind of thing. Okay, that's kind of funny, but it's also kind of a little bit off.
It's funny because it's partially
true.
Yeah,
it's partially okay. But going back to this thing with the right wingers. Look, you don't want to support a country that has an abortion rate 4 times of yours in terms of percentage. And this war, this is not the hill to die on. And I'm not saying support Ukraine by sending $40 billion to be money laundered through majority investments.
I was about to get into that as well.
Yeah, but we'll get into it a little bit more in detail later.
Yeah.
For now, I'm not saying that you need to listen to Zelensky whenever he asks for $50 billion. But at the very least, don't stand in its way. Please do not stand in its way. You'll live to thank me later when you don't. You will thank me later when you decide not to stand in Ukraine's way. That's all I'm saying for American right-wingers. And I have to do this call out because I think it's very important to get that message out there. And I don't think enough people on the right in the East talk about this in particular to an American audience. And it's so important at this moment to say that, we even have our own intellectuals in the right sometimes falling into this kind of cycle. And yes, Ukraine is a corrupt country. Yes, Ukraine has, but compared to Russia, you're comparing it to Russia. If you keep on making this evaluation of Ukraine being a corrupt country, but then you make it in a vacuum, and I stop believing that you're intellectually honest at that point.
Thomas Sowell teaches us compared to what?
Yeah, you stop being intellectually honest when you stop comparing it to Russia and you're just saying that it's corrupt in a vacuum. It's more corrupt than Romania. It's far less corrupt than Russia. So that argument falls apart. So why are you not on Ukraine's side? Why are you on Russia's side now? Is it because I don't know, Putin has been a lot more vocal about anti-leftism? He, after all, sent these Cossack troops to beat up the Pussy Riot, right? That was amazing, right? Look at what he does when the cameras aren't watching. Look at what happens in Russia when where the abortion clinics are, right? Go to a Russian abortion clinic. Check out how many people are in line. See how far out of the clinic the line runs.
Yeah, no, I mean, Ukraine has a quite big abortion rate, although finally falling. It started falling around 2018. And even in 2018, the highest abortion rates were in the Russian-speaking regions, I'm just saying. But still, although falling, huge abortion rate in Ukraine for sure.
Demoralized.
The region of Ukraine which had the highest incidence of abortion last time it was measured, it was Chernihiv. That one still had a lower abortion rate than the least incidence of abortion in any region you want in Russia. So,
And a country of I don't want to talk bad about Russians. I have a lot of Russians that I know and love.
You did remark correctly last time we did an episode since the war started that to us the war is also personal, and that's probably why we're so more nuanced about it.
I have a lot of Russians that I know and love, so I'm not going to badmouth Russians. But it's a country that is rife with alcoholism, with demoralization, a very high suicide rate, rate of abortion that is just
way off charts,
way off the charts, a rate of prostitution, drug abuse, all sorts of things that you couldn't imagine would be worse than the United States, but yes, yet it is.
Oh, far worse. Far worse than...
And far worse than almost any other country in the civilized world you could even imagine.
And even the uncivilized
Name me
world.
a country, I will tell you how it is better than Russia.
Mm-hmm.
Zimbabwe, Botswana.
Zimbabwe has a lower HIV incidence rate than Russia at this point.
and you tell me that that is the future of the right wing. That is the country that is going to fight the Antichrist, that is going to bring a new culture, a godly culture, a culture of innocence, a culture of, like Elian said, of the innocent Russian. No, that is not going to happen. What is going to happen is that Russia is entropy, the country.
Mm-hmm. As I sometimes joke on Twitter, Russia is the West 40 years from now if the West doesn't change course.
So
it really kind of is like that.
Grow up, grow some balls, let your balls drop, okay? They're probably trying to, okay? Just turn on the radiator, let the balls drop a little bit, and just...
Maybe hit puberty.
Yeah, hit puberty, stop being edgy, and look at the situation with a sober lens and think to yourself, is this actually going to serve my interests? Is this actually going to be the cultural revolution I'm seeking? Or is this just because I want to prove the Democrats wrong? Or USR wrong? Or whatever. Insert leftist party here in your country wrong.
Or insert any leftist you dislike wrong.
Yeah, just because the leftists support Ukraine because it's the current thing does not mean it's the wrong thing to support. It's the wrong country to get behind. And for Americans who want to support Ukraine, come fight. Come help rebuild.
That's probably even more important.
That's more important because Ukraine doesn't need manpower. It's going to need the
expertise.
Yeah, the expertise.
A lot more than
manpower. Look, as far as what I think is the proper American policy, I don't necessarily disagree with the right wing when they say, that they should stop sending money because of the sheer amount of money laundering that is happening with the money that is being sent. Sure. If you want to send something, send the weapons.
Yeah, the weapons are fine. It's the money part.
And sure, I'll say it. As far as munitions are concerned, that's okay. Romania and Poland have been covering it quite well. It's the weapon systems that there's a significant lack of in this part of the world. So it would be nice to have that. But as far as barrels of cash are concerned, don't do the same thing you did with Iraq.
No.
And
throwing
money at the problem until it disappears. That doesn't work. So it's okay.
Well, it does disappear.
I understand.
The cash does disappear.
Yeah.
The problem doesn't. But
no. When we're talking about America, you have bigger fish to fry than the Ukrainian war, and on that I understand perfectly. I'm not saying, and I want to repeat this as many times as is necessary to get it through the thick skulls of my compatriots in the right wing in America. I am not saying that billions or trillions of dollars need to be invested into Ukraine. It's fine, but in spirit, at least just don't get in the way. You have a lot of things to, we have a lot of things to deal with at home that are domestic, and I understand that. Just stick to that. A stable America is good for Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
So don't destabilize your country just to help it, right?
Yeah.
So it's fine. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying don't eat Putin's bullshit. Don't fall victim to that. Because the moment that you're hearing what I'm saying here, you stop being a victim. Now you're just being stupid. Now you're just being stupid.
True. Although some of these Putinists in public are not necessarily stupid. They're just either, what's the term? Yeah, let's use it, the term from someone who was Putinist in public recently, ideologically possessed, or just, outright ill-intended. I mean, we have to put these, the issue in these terms at some point too. Sure, not immediately and not in an edgy way, like unfortunately some of the public supporters of Ukraine did, in the sense of calling anyone who disagrees a Putinist. Yeah, no, that's the fastest way to get Putinist as an insult to lose its value. But at the same time, if some individuals who should know better persist in being Putinists in public, just out of spite or after being exposed to better information or better reasoning, yeah, maybe in those cases we should maybe.
Well, we did deliver the better reasoning.
Mm-hmm.
So now it's up to you. Now it's up to you. And I'm calling you out legal mindset. I'm calling you out, what is it, Good Logic, right? These two channels with lawyers on YouTube. I love you guys. But you really have to stop telling your audiences this as well, that it's bullshit. Don't tout that message.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's get a little bit into the money laundering issue, which is a real one, as much as elements of the left have tried to sweep it under the rug, saying, well, if you question that, then you must support Putin. Screw you all sideways. No, two things can be true at once. One must not necessarily, I mean, one can be not a Putinist, but still notice the money laundering.
Yes.
What is the scale we're discussing here? Ballpark.
Oh man, you're really good at the hard questions, man.
Well, what do you want? I don't want an easy ping pong. If you want easy ping pong, we go back and watch the World Cup.
I have to really be careful about how I put this. All right. I'm not going to call out any names.
No, ask what is the scale, not who.
Yeah.
We'll get to the who.
I have to do the math in my head right now. Let's talk percentages. It's better that way. Between 75 and 85% of the money that is allocated to go to Ukraine gets laundered through a variety of small secondary firms that are majority owned by either one influential politician or another. I'm not going to name parties. I'm not going to name names. We can't do that. But there's a large chance that even, and this is really sad, that even the donation drives that you might have participated in, and I'm talking to the audience, obviously, and that a lot of the let's get helmets to the Ukrainian soldiers drives and stuff like that may have also been partially laundered. I think to a lesser extent. I'm not sure because I'm not 100% on the numbers there.
Mm-hmm.
But when it comes to the political money laundering through the Senate bills that are passed and stuff like that, it's actually quite massive. And where it comes in is that we expect the United States influence to be as outsized as it was in World War II,
Mm-hmm.
right? And when the invasion of Normandy happened and all those soldiers were sacrificed on Omaha Beach. And all of that honor is gone with what has been done recently. The resources that were poured in, which came from very good faith donations from taxpayers to the government, and maybe some bad faith donations from the public to the government, also didn't quite make it. But you see, you'll notice it, that there was a lot of money sent from the very outset. There was a lot of money sent in April. There was a huge package that came by, and I think it was July or August, right?
Yeah.
And nada. The front just null. You know, it was just no goal scored, nothing. All right. The World Cup is going on, so I'm just going to keep making football references. I'm sorry. All right. So anyway, it was still 0-0 for a very long time until a relatively to the aid, cheap set of HIMARS missiles and systems came through the border. And all of a sudden, you started seeing this cascade of victories. And that's because Ukrainians, first of all, have a great military doctrine inspired by the CIA. And they already were very well trained by the Trump administration, actually, to their credit, to deal with these kinds of offensives. And they already knew relatively well, not to a great extent, but enough to be able to use them, how to use these weapons. And when the weapons came, the actual physical product, it made a monumental difference. But those weapons did not cost $80 billion. Those were, relative to that figure, extremely cheap. And then there's the MLRS systems, the large amount of javelins that came through from the very initial wave. Those were not allocated in the support package. Now, granted, a good chunk of that support package went to improving the quality of life of the soldiers, which really helped morale. That, thanks. But on the other hand, there could have been a much bigger thanks if all of the money actually made it there. And the right likes to say that it was Ukrainian corruption that caused this, and to an extent they're right. But cui bono? Cui bono, right? Whose Ukrainian corruption was it? That's what's important, because there's it's an onion. There's a lot of layers to the story.
It is no secret, at least not in Ukraine, that the Poroshenko administration was more aligned or closer to the Republican Party, and the Sluha Narodnu administration is more aligned or closer to the Democrat Party. That's just not a secret. It's a open secret, if you want, in Ukraine. Everyone kind of knows this. So then there's that. But also, to add to your point, there is another element. A part of that support package, even though not always explicitly stated in the bills, implicitly understood, and we've seen some of its effects, so it was probably at least partially true, went into paying for the replacement of the equipment that NATO countries disposed of, essentially. I mean, if you remember, in the first 6 months or 5 months of the war, this was this idea that we're not going to directly send weapons, but if some of the allied countries decide to part from some of their equipment, we're going to replace those. So some of that...
Like how Poland retired.
Yeah, suddenly retired
a lot of its T-72s.
A bunch of tanks and a bunch of Sukhoi and a bunch of MiGs and...
Yeah.
So at least some of that went to compensate the allied countries a little bit for that, which well, you can say it's a good thing or a bad thing, but at the very least it wasn't outright money laundering, although we all know how arms contractors function.
Yeah, no, the corruption that Poland engaged in was directly beneficial. That's the thing. Is that
And not just Poland. I mean,
there was money laundering, there was corruption from other countries, but a good chunk of that corruption actually did some good. You know, T-72s disappearing into a border off to the east somewhere and ending up somehow in Lvov and in Zaporizhia and in Bakhmut and in places like that. Well, what can I say? Yeah, that was corruption. That was money laundering. Did it hurt Ukraine? No. Did it help Ukraine? Immensely. That's the thing. Yeah, sure, we had a lot of money laundering from the United States as well. Did it help Ukraine? No.
So you're essentially trying to make a difference between the corruption that in the end benefits the topic at hand and the corruption that just doesn't.
Yeah.
Right, fair enough.
Well, but for Poland, it just was an idea of just not being sanctioned, you know, because it's currently the most sanctioned nation in Europe.
Yeah, it still is.
Yeah.
Although lately I think it got overtaken by Magyarország, but it still is the case that Poland runs under sanctions. So,
well, it eats sanctions like we eat breakfast cereal.
yeah. To be fair, there's not much sleep lost over the sanction regime against Poland.
You think they're ever going to be paid?
No, of course not. No, I don't expect Poland to pay a single dime of all of the Европейский Союз.
You and what army is going to enforce it? Yeah, that's the whole idea.
That's essentially the mentality, and it's a correct one, especially when dealing with Европейский Союз. I mean, you can send in the Belgian army to enforce it. Go. Good luck. That's going to be fine.
It's kind of like the condemnations against Israel for the Pali-Walis. What are you going to do?
Yeah. I'm sure Antonio Gutierrez will run a division into Tel Aviv to enforce the sanctions. That's definitely going to happen. Not, come on. So then there's that. But so okay, useful corruption notwithstanding, and inherent corruption that you expect when it comes to such large amounts of money. I mean, a certain percentage is to be
there's always going to be everybody when there's billions of dollars involved. You can't avoid people grifting.
So then, but even with those included, that's still way too much money laundering going on. Well, that's your argument.
We're talking in the scale of 75 to 85%.
Even
That's
after
insane.
factoring in what I said.
Yes.
Right. Yeah, that's too much. I was trying to assess.
No. It's literally money going straight back to the politicians' pockets who voted for it. They vote for the package for aid to Ukraine. The American public, to their credit, generally is for that, right?
And then reads the title of the bill and legitimately believes that their elected senator or House representative.
No, but even the bill itself is well written.
Reads the bill.
Everything is above the board. Up until the moment the money comes across the border and gets funneled through 17, I would have said a higher number, but I can't, 17 or so shell companies that mix and match each other, you know, just start
standard shell corporation money movement,
moving the money around, and then all of a sudden somehow the Cayman Islands is able to build a brand new fortress, and these guys you know, end up millionaires for some reason out of nowhere. You know, well, they're already millionaires, but they end up more millionaires than what they already were. And certain politicians, again, not naming names, are experts at doing this. And one politician who I'll name names for, Pelosi, is absolutely brilliant at doing this, to her credit. I mean, she's been quite an amazing successor to her father.
Considering her experience, you would expect her.
You would expect her to be a brilliant
professional grifter. Yes. Now, I guess what I would say is that it's not that Pelosi is or has been doing this. As I said, you would expect at her experience. It's the problem that the practice is so common and it doesn't belong to one political party. At least in Europe, I know politicians in almost every political party in Europe, at least of the European countries that are also part of NATO. So that was at least at some point even marginally involved in this. So it's quite a trans-party scheme. It hits, or cross-party scheme. It hits almost all political parties.
When I was talking about politicians, I invoke the name of the Democrats very often, but I don't shy away from also saying that the Republicans.
Yeah, as I said, I know from all political parties, and not just in the US. I mean, if we're going to take a look at the Liberal Party in Canada, I'm just saying, starting with with Comrade Trudeau and going downwards from there.
And I'll name a name. Dan Crenshaw.
Dan Crenshaw, yes.
Crenshaw.
Yes.
The biggest grifter currently in the Republican Party as far as money earned from all this shit.
Not sure if he's the biggest, but definitely there.
The biggest I can name.
Fair enough.
But
fair enough. And Dan Crenshaw, I think he got re-elected this midterms. I haven't followed his race, his seat.
I believe he did.
Yeah. But I do know that Dan Crenshaw always gets really angry whenever he's trolled about this issue. This kind of trolling was tried against other Republicans and they didn't work, but it somehow works on him. So
he's a bit sensitive about the issue.
A bit sensitive, I guess. Yes.
It's okay. If he would grow a bit of a thicker skin, it wouldn't. The glow wouldn't shine so much on him.
Yeah. Or maybe, I don't know, put an even deeper dark patch. Maybe it absorbs some of the light a little bit more. I know that was mean, but at some point being mean is no longer a bad thing. In any event, so yeah, and how do you see any way of addressing this issue? And I'm very precise when I ask addressing rather than fixing. This will never be fixed. But can it be addressed, albeit marginally, in an honest manner?
No.
All right. That's a fair answer.
No. Because it will always happen. And the military-industrial complex has become a very efficient machine when it comes to this. To its credit, it has also been a very great center of innovation. I mean, Boston Dynamics and Lockheed Martin, and corruption aside, they have still done their jobs very brilliantly.
Raytheon as well.
Yeah, Raytheon. All of them do their jobs brilliantly.
I suspect we would be less adamant about this issue if it also had been more useful corruption. I mean,
yes, that's the issue I have with it. Is that
the corruption exists?
I don't. I really don't care.
Yeah.
In the end, if something gets done, it gets done. That's it. I, for example, think that the HIMARS were a very, a little bit overstated, but a very significant influence on the battlefield. The javelins, the NLAWs, which had a higher performance than the javelins, by the way. America, step up your shit. And
let's say an NLAW is about $500,000 a piece. It wouldn't be a terrible scandal if you would price it $700 and sell 1 million pieces and get a cut yourself. As long as the physical NLAWs arrive, then that's still okay. But the problem that we have is that it was spent even more than that and nothing physical happened.
My biggest issue was that weapon systems that were sent were highly efficient, but if the money had been used efficiently with, let's say, 30% of it being laundered, I don't even think people would have cared about that.
Probably nobody would have
30%, okay. 85%, you're starting to hit me in the cheek. But at 30%, okay, fine. Most money laundering happens at kind of that level. Between 15 to 30% of an aid package will just disappear into the ether and end up in somebody's pocket. That's something we expected since it was pretty much a norm since the 1930s. But now we're getting to a rate at which the money laundering is just getting absolutely ridiculous, and it's getting to a level at which what could have been starts to become a serious question. Mm-hmm. What could we have done if it was only 30? Mm-hmm. Think of it. Think of it. Really think. Really think of how many HIMARS systems would be deployed on the battlefield. How many of these...
MLRS and all the rest. Yeah.
Dude, you could have bought a fleet of F-35s with that money.
Mm-hmm. And still have enough left to grift over.
Yes.
No.
I mean, that's what I'm saying.
And
it's just...
nominally...
I think for an American, even for an American who... Americans... Even the poorest of Americans are pretty rich by global standards. Mm-hmm. Even for an American, it is difficult to understand just what $1 billion is. Think of the most expensive thing you can buy that you want right now, that you need right now. Now buy 600 of that. $1 billion does not even come close to being insufficient for that. That, you know, $1 billion is a lot of money. Now we're talking $80 billion, 65 of which have ended up just vanishing. Mm-hmm. Okay, that...
Yeah, you're right. I mean, with that money, Ukraine could have nominally established its own air supremacy.
The Ukrainian military budget, in terms of all of its assets on the field, on February the 22nd was 20 billion. Mm-hmm.
So that's 3 times the worth of the pre-war Ukrainian military was just gone.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now you get this.
Yeah,
why
at that scale, I get it when you say that they could have their own F-35.
I know it's just a drop in the bucket in terms of how America spends its own military budget.
Of course.
But we're talking percentages here. Mm-hmm. We're talking 85% of an aid package just disappearing. Mm-hmm. 75 if you want to be generous. Mm-hmm. Nobody really knows the numbers 100%, but at the very least 75%. Mm-hmm. So at the very least, really big chunk. Mm-hmm. It's a really fucking big chunk. It's an absolute tragedy, and Americans should be up in arms about that. Even the ones that are like, support Ukraine, Slava Ukraini, and stuff like that.
Great. Let's have something done about this in a way that actually achieves what you say you
right
support.
Or left. It doesn't matter. Your government has decided to be boneheaded. Mm-hmm. And it doesn't show in the ballot box that you're actually really concerned about it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Going back a little bit to the propaganda aspect. So Zelensky articles all the time are mostly gone, which is great. Discussions about the overly emotional discussions into getting people to donate have also mostly gone. Now, admittedly, some of them are still going on, but to their credit, in a way, the most legit of them have survived. So I guess that's one way. When you were saying earlier that maybe some of the donation drives that people have participated in may have been dodgy. One way to measure which one is which is say which one of them is still around, because many have survived and they actually started issuing reports on what they did with the money.
Oh no, there are many. Here's to the credit of Reddit, right? I didn't mean for that to rhyme, I'm sorry. To Reddit's credit, no, that still rhymes. Anyway, a lot of the campaigns posted there and a lot of the fundraisers posted on YouTube were actually really on the up and up. They made maybe not all of the ones on YouTube. Now that I think of it, there were a few of them that were a bit dodgy, but the ones on Reddit were very transparent. If you go to r/Ukraine, for example, you'll see a lot of reports constantly about what they were able to send. And, they sent food, supplies, toys for kids, stuff like that. And it's all very wholesome, very heartwarming things. They didn't even, it wasn't a front to buy weapons or anything like that. So if you're like anti-war, but you still want to help, that was a great way to do it, because there were a lot of campaigns to just get people, the proper blankets that were thick enough to withstand winters. And
I know, because I went with the transport to some of them, so but I'm not speaking as a spectator.
I think I can say it now. I wasn't able to say it back then, but I also helped coordinate some of the logistics operations into Odessa.
Yeah, and some of those did happen, so that's why I was trying to get our audience to understand that we're not condemning those initiatives wholesale.
No, there
many
are some
of them were absolutely legit, and I know
great.
this because I was there.
Yeah.
But many weren't, and that's also true. But one way of measuring it is see which of them are still around. And almost all, well, not almost all, but a great majority of those that are still around are of the legit kind, whereas most of those that were not legit, they've suddenly disappeared. I suppose they hit their budget targets.
There were even a couple of crypto scams, but that's to be expected, because they're everywhere now.
Yes.
But as far as those initiatives are concerned, most of them, the vast majority of them were very sincere people who just wanted to help in any way they could. And some of them couldn't really quite get there, but they knew people who could. And ended up passing the baton on to them, sometimes through intermediaries like myself or like yourself. You know a few of them maybe.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So there were, even people who couldn't do it didn't just pocket the money. They just forwarded it to somebody they trusted that could do it.
Yeah, there were some of those too. For instance, in April after the Orthodox Easter, we were just loading up and preparing to go, and some random gentleman, I have no idea, I've never seen him before, and I've only seen him once at an event also about Ukraine many months later. He just showed up with not a large amount of money, but large enough to make us change our plans. It's like, look, I got negatively excited at the start of the war, and I started a donation drive on my small Facebook page, but then I realized that I have no idea how to spend them because I've never done this before. But people trust me in my community, so here's this pile of cash. I have no idea what to do with them, so I see you guys have prepared the logistics, so maybe, I don't know, spend it there, whatever.
A lot of these...
do whatever you think it's correct. And it was not a huge amount of money, but it was big enough, and we're like, we're going to need a bigger truck.
No, a lot of these donation drives were either grassroots organizations or very trustworthy charity organizations. And what I mean by grassroots is literally some guy in a village thought, let's gather up some money and go across the border, and realized that it wasn't that simple, and then just...
border villages on Poland and Romania, that definitely happened. Now, admittedly, in border villages that are closer to a border checkpoint, that turned out to be very useful, because at some point the refugee inflow was so big that, some of them had to stay in those villages for a day or two or three or a week.
And even
before there was room for them to continue their journey.
Even some corruption is helping there too.
Yes.
For example, the Romanians that buy contraband cigarettes from Ukraine are actually helping.
Yeah, of course.
Because it's keeping up an economy that has been a very sustainable source of income for a lot of Ukrainian villages.
Oh, for sure. But what I'm saying is that we have to be very careful when we discuss these things, to balance, not in the interest of fairness or whatever, but to also tell the story as accurately as we can. Even I was about to say in these short podcasts, but I know the audience would disagree. They'll think they're long, but they're not really long.
I know. I was just very, I guess you could say, overexcited about the fact. Not overexcited. How do I put it? Damn, there's so many ways to describe it in Romanian. I was very adamant about that particular level of corruption that happened in the higher levels. But there's a lot of grassroots movements happening in Poland and Romania and Hungary.
More recently in Hungary too, yes.
Even in Serbia and in Bulgaria.
Yeah, people don't imagine that there is such thing as pro-Ukraine sentiment in Serbia. There is.
Yeah, there's a lot of these small organizations that are starting to grow big out of the fact that they were able to ferry a lot of supplies over. And very little of it has to do with weapons shipments. I mean, that's mostly being dealt by the political systems of larger countries, which obviously, you'd expect that. But when it comes to what individual people have been doing, it's been a massive help. There have been a lot of families of people that I know that were assisted with those supplies and were able to also sometimes just get a quick donation to be able to get out of the way of danger and be able to apply for refugee status in Romania and in Poland. So it's not all black pill, there's a lot of things coming from the bottom up.
To be fair, it's mostly white pill.
It's mostly white pill, yeah.
Yes.
I mean, outside of the US's clusterfuck, even with that, the US is still had a significant effect on the war. I mean, think of it that way. I'm just angry that it could have been a much larger effect on the war.
With the exact same amount spent.
Yeah, with the exact same amount spent. That's what really pissed me off. But when you look at it, broad strokes, big picture, the general consensus should be that things went better than expected, actually. Because we expected that Western nations would just say, not a problem. And they helped immensely. And then you have Poland, which was a dude. It was an absolute unit when it came to that, to the help that it provided.
And it also had this effect, and I know it may sound a bit cynical, but it's still true. It had this effect of effectively creating new communities. I mean, people came together in ways that were hard to imagine even 3 months before February 24. I mean, in December 2021, we were assaulting our parliament in Romania. I mean, let's put it this way. And 4 months later, I was heading into Ukraine with one of the people that was inside the parliament as my adversary on that thing. And he was telling me while we were driving, we already had crossed into Ukraine. He was like, you know what, now I realize that COVID really wasn't important. And I'm like, you think? So it had a way of effectively, not necessarily creating new communities, although that happened too, but in a way of reassessing priorities among regular people in both Romania and Poland in particular.
Yeah, and worldwide with most issues and most things, I mean, we have a lot of white pills to swallow. I'm not sure we have enough water to swallow them. I mean, even all of the water that my city can provide is not enough for that.
Might have to tap into the Danube.
It's just raining white pills, actually, when you really look at it. I mean, I've focused on that one particular subject. But in the end, even on a cultural level and everything else, I've been saying very repeatedly, for example, the best days of the United States, for example, are ahead of her, in my opinion. Sure, things can look like really dark today, right now and everything else, but and that's a sentiment shared by the East and Europe as well over here, because we can see that the best days are ahead of us. We can see the light at the end of the tunnel, and
it's not a train.
We only pray that those days come sooner, but they will come one way or another. They will come. And like my wife loves to say, humanity is always in a condition of recovering from the last crisis. And
pretty much.
Yeah, and
speaking
that
of
recovery often leads to very glorious circumstances. Circumstances in which you find, you tend to be very surprised at what happens, because sometimes things happen better than you expected them to. And trust me, for the Americans, not the American right, the Americans, let's stop calling it the right. The Americans, you know, because that's actually what they are. There will be a lot of things that will happen that are much better than you could imagine. And you have to be a part of that. And you have to, for most of the people who are black-pilled right now, what I can say is get out, touch some grass. I know it's a meme now that everybody's telling you to touch grass, but it's true. You know, touch some grass, get out there, and just work on yourself as much as possible. Because once the shit hits the fan, you'll see how much things get better for you. Actually, shit hitting the fan presents a lot of opportunity.
Yeah, and speaking of white pills, even in terms of geopolitics, we've had raining white pills. I mean, did anyone dare to imagine in 2019 or 2020 or heck, January 2022, January 2022, the Kazakh people be like, you know what, fuck this shit, get lost old men, that would be Nursultan Nazarbayev, you know, things get burned down and full riot starts. The acting president calls in the Russian army to quell the riot. This will happen this year, January, February 2022. Then eventually the Russian army is told to fuck off after things have quieted down, and the Russian army does fuck off in a few days rather than a few months as it was initially planned. And then 9 months later, effectively, the exact same political class, except Nursultan Nazarbayev, who is now retired fully, comes in and says, no, of course we're not going to export a single bullet to Russia. And by the way, that steel plant at Uralsk, no, by the way, you're not allowed to export to Russia. And all sorts of these things. And by the way, you're not allowed to exchange rubles unless it's this amount, which is just enough to survive, basically, if you're fleeing from Russia to Kazakhstan, but nothing really serious. And all sorts of these things. I mean, in less than a year, the fundamental geopolitics of Kazakhstan not only shifted, but they made a full U-turn.
It's starting to look a lot less like World War III and more like Russia War I.
Yes. Again, Kazakhstan is probably the best example because in 2020 or 2019 or 2018, they were called, you know, the last really pro-Russian nation in the CSI, the CIS, sorry, in English.
Or CSTO.
Yeah, well, CSTO is the military arm, the Community of Independent. Comitatea Statelor Independente. Sorry for the random Romanian. Anyway, so you know, these guys, in just 9 months, you know what? Actually, the rest of the world has a point. So, yeah, no. What? And none of this would have been possible without the onset of the war. Or in Uzbekistan. I mean, Uzbekistan was North Korea in 2016. It abolished slavery legally in 2019, de facto in March 2022. Right? It got the title of the Country of the Year in 2020 for the absolutely stunning performance of abolishing slavery. Okay, so that's the level we're discussing. And the war started, and one of the first statements be like, oh yeah, by the way, the banking sector in Uzbekistan is joining the banking sanctions against Russia. What? There's not a single moment over the last 120 years when the entity that is Uzbekistan today did anything that was even remotely anti-Russian. And they start with that, which came really out of the blue. Nobody dared to even ask Uzbekistan whether they want to consider the sanction regimen, because everyone assumed that they would say no. And then they went on and beyond and said, well, you know what? Yeah, we should integrate our energy infrastructure with Kazakhstan so we can export together to Europe and effectively replace Russia. What?
And this has to send people a message. These governments are not leftist tranny governments.
Oh, are you kidding me?
How long has it been? Has it been 2 hours at least since we started the discussion?
Probably a
Yeah,
bit more.
YouTube stops censoring after 2 hours.
Yeah,
So,
sure.
Yeah, because I said a word.
Yeah, well, I say tranny all the time on YouTube.
Yeah.
But no, seriously, I mean, you can say what you want about the governments of these places, particularly Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. They're corrupt. Many of them have been in bed with the Russian oligarch. All of that is true. But at the same time, they had the foresight to say, oh, hold on a second, actually the jig is up this time around. So how about we avoid being stupid in public when it counts? And that's a raining red pill scenario, raining white pill scenario
Both,
as well.
red and
Both, yes.
Just like the Polish flag.
Yes.
Polish pills.
Or we should go even further. I mean, Kyrgyzstan with their barbarian background, because that's really what it is. You'll see in the Central Asia series. In as late as August 2022, they were still very pro-Russia. And the population there is still also very pro-Russia. At least in Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, they had this advantage. The population was no longer pro-Russia. So that was there, the government's catching up with the people. In Kyrgyzstan, it's the other way around. The population is still pro-Russia, but then suddenly in September, the government was like, yeah, you know what, maybe we should be like our neighbors and abolish the Cyrillic alphabet and maybe stop doing some of the, maybe join the sanction regimen on this, and this. Maybe not this for now, but it should be under consideration. What? This happened 2 months ago. It was never mentioned in the Western media, of course, because the Western media probably doesn't even know where Kyrgyzstan is on the map. So then there's that. But all of this should be important, at least for us in Eastern Europe, because as we were explaining to our mutual friend just 24 hours ago, it's just a few train stops from here to Istanbul. Really, I mean, that's how close it is. And from Istanbul is just one phone call all the way to the deep part of the Turkic areas in Kyrgyzstan. I mean, it is literally our neighboring civilization. And maybe we should be doing business more with those people rather than our Ruski friends. And that's something that would have been very radical to say in 2018 or 2019. And today is the mainstream position. And someone who works in logistics at the port in Constanza was telling me that, well, look, I've been watching your podcasts for quite some time now, and when you started talking about these weird countries in the Far East, I was like, well, I guess Lucian got crazy lately. And then I started noticing a lot of shipments from those exact weird countries that you were talking about. I'm like, yes. All of these things are happening and the press doesn't even talk about them. And I suspect most of it is because of ignorance, not because of some ill intent.
No, it's mostly that these countries are very peripheral to the interests of media organizations, and it's not a surprise because they're very small economically and politically.
Although Kazakhstan is not small. It's really not small.
By Western standards, in some countries it is very small. To the United States, for example, it's absolutely minuscule. Mm-hmm. But
fair.
And you gotta kind of acknowledge that most Western media follows the lead of American media.
Or Berlin.
Yeah. And to Berlin also, this is a very small issue and very peripheral. They're not, you don't keep the microscope on countries that you have a 24-hour news cycle, sure, but a lot of that has to be filled with things that people in that country find engaging. And what happens in Kyrgyzstan is not necessarily too much of a concern to the average Berliner, even to the average Romanian, to be honest. Let's be fair.
Yes, although that not only could but should change, because let me put it this way. Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan can quite literally replace Russia in terms of energy, and would still be no harm, no foul to anyone outside of Russia. So these are countries with a great potential and with a lot of local resources that they're willing to sell because they already have too much of it anyway, and it's not an issue for them, it's beneficial to them as well.
The primary concern among Western elites is the Kramatorsk fields.
Which makes sense. That one is closer geographically.
It's closer geographically,
Yes.
and it's more politically concerned with what happens in Europe. So, with this alignment of interests, it's really honestly peripheral. To look at Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan. But on the other hand, yeah, I understand what this represents in terms of victories geopolitically. But you can't expect the vast majority of people to really fall in line with that. And that's okay, you know. They have each other. And to be fair, I know it's not really a Western outlet, but Al Jazeera has been paying attention to it. Russia Today has been paying a lot of attention to it.
RT has a huge incentive too.
Yeah.
And Al Jazeera maybe also because it is effectively an energy competitor of Qatar.
Yes.
So, you know.
And I wouldn't necessarily overhype this too much because their logistics still have to go through the Caspian area, and you know beyond from us, Circassia, and
through
go,
Azerbaijan.
yeah, and Russia still has a large amount of goodwill with many nations there, and it's going to be still difficult to connect those nations to us. Although it is happening, how long can it happen? It really depends on how Russia is able to hold itself together. And, well, I don't see Russia holding itself together. You know, that's...
What I was saying with my relatively long diatribe, long by this podcast standards, where I usually speak less, and now even less because of this terrible flu, is thinking on a 20-year span, or probably even more. I mean, think about it. We could actually have finally diplomatic peace with our neighbor being Turkey. They would be just fine with, okay, you can fully pull your weight into all of the Turkic areas that will be from Azerbaijan all the way to Kyrgyzstan, in exchange for stop fucking around in the Balkans, thank you. And the Sultan would definitely agree with this.
Yes, but again, it really depends on how the situation plays out in Caucasia for Turkey. And
especially Azerbaijan.
And considering the reach that it has to have for that, I mean, it also has to be able to somehow overcome Iran's interests as well, which again, very difficult situations to predict because Iran is also going through something, even China's going through something that I cannot fully get into detail with, but I think it's pretty much open.
It's pretty open, and with Iran, at least with Iran, there's also the advantage that, well, except for the Kremlin, really nobody likes Iran, so you know, it's even easier than with China.
Even the Kremlin doesn't really like Iran.
Yeah, but they have to.
Let's be fair.
No, I agree, but
Yeah.
you know, and given the current circumstances, they at least have to pretend they do, and they also give them money in exchange for those drones. So some of that is still, but you know, other than that, Iran is running out of friends because, well,
So is Russia. Misery loves company, doesn't
misery
it?
loves company. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the moment you convince Venezuela to vote against you, you must be doing something really terrible.
Well, they were promised a deal with PDVSA, but the problem is that PDVSA's infrastructure is unable to really capitalize on that. And then Russia started pulling back, you know, and that didn't really make Maduro very happy.
Well, to be fair,
Oh, hi Maduro.
hi Maduro. Speaking of which,
Fucking
yes, but you know,
asshole who banned me from his country.
PDVSA's, yeah, I'm banned in Venezuela as well. Seriously, PDVSA's infrastructure hasn't been upkept in many years, so then there's that. And it's no one's fault but Maduro's. I'm sorry. I mean, they can whine about it all they want, but it's just really their fault. In any event, I was just trying to throw in all of these white pills because once you zoom out strong enough, it's a huge sea of white pills, a few gray pills, and admittedly very visible corner of black pills in one part. And that's how basically the whole situation is playing out. And
I don't see the black pills. Maybe it's a defect of mine. I don't see the black pills.
Yeah, you're always slightly more optimistic than I am, although not by
But
much.
where do you see the black pills?
Well, first of all, of course, in the tremendous loss of life, that's always a black pill. I guess I'm slightly more affected by the things that I got to see.
Yes.
And especially the children part. I mean, I'm very tolerant with adult suffering, very tolerant with adult suffering. But when it comes to children, I'm like, come on, really? Did they really have to do that? So there is that. And then there is the issue that we discussed earlier, the scale of money laundering. That's a black pill. It's just too much.
It's a black pill that can turn white very quickly.
That's true.
But in the scale of human loss, or did you have something else to add?
No, it's mostly these two things, and also some disappointments of some of our pseudo elite, I guess. But that's to be expected. That's really to be expected. So I'll just not add that to the list.
Look, it's a war. Things are gonna get ugly. They always do. And you feel that black pill for a while. But now we're stepping back and detaching ourselves from it, right? From the actual human suffering, which cannot go unacknowledged. But at the same time, this war is building a people's identity.
It is, yes, absolutely.
And it's building a regional identity. And I think everybody who can call themselves human wishes that didn't have to be the hill upon which that is built. You know, you don't want to build something on top of the corpses of dead children. But you have no choice now.
Yeah, it didn't have to
And
be
in a
this
way,
way, but if it did happen,
it doesn't give you a choice but to build that white pill, the black pill didn't happen in vain.
That's fair.
That's what's important.
That's fair. Yeah.
Those children, we got to make sure that they did not die in vain.
That is
We
fair.
have to. That's our mission at this point, and that's why I also take very personally the war in Ukraine, because a friend of mine lost one of his kids. I lost two business partners while they were in the defense of Kiev, although that's, again, adult suffering, and I didn't take it as harshly. Still take it pretty harsh, you know. It actually did affect me for a while. I fell into a depression for a few months. I'm not ashamed to say it, you know. That happens to every human being who experiences that level of loss so close to home. And yes, that radicalized me pretty far for a while, and now I have a little bit more of a sober view. It happens. And for us in the East, you have to understand, if you're watching this from the West, that's why we take things so fucking personally with this. We have a horse in this race, and that horse has taken quite a beating. So we're trying to make sure that horse wins it, because he deserves to. Because the horse is on his way up. We have a society that it's on its rise. And Putin couldn't have possibly anticipated accelerating it so much. But that's what happened. Ukrainian society is on the rise because of that war. Because we want to make sure that... man, it's a little bit hard to say this. We want to make sure that the little boy on Victory Street... did not lose his leg for nothing. That all of this was not for nothing. That the Mariupol theater was not in vain. We have to make that mean something to us. All right? I can understand you not understanding this because you're so far away. It's okay. It's fine. That we don't take that personally, but we do take it personally when people get in the way of this.
Yeah, I guess that the not getting in the way is probably even more important. All right, the final topic that we agreed upon is let's go a bit into the tech situation. What was it? Was it kiwi farms and something related to the FOSS? So let's discuss them both a little bit. Now let's start with kiwi farms. Why was kiwi farms important?
So Kiwi Farms is, because it's back up, is a website that it's very loose on its rules, just like 4chan is. It's a gossip site. It tracks what they call lol cows. Probably one of them. But anyway, it tracks lol cows. It just documents their lives and everything else, and just goes hee hee ha ha whatever, you know.
Yeah, it's mostly tabloid for
Yeah, it's mostly
people.
just tabloid for internet people. And there was an incident a while back where, because they do have a lot of politically incorrect speech, they attracted the attention of the trans activists. I'm putting that very politely, because I'm just going to go out and say it, okay? They exposed a lot of dirt under their fingernails, and they didn't take very kindly to that. So what ended up happening is that these people with really high tech connections that are unusual for a fucking random tranny, just so happened to be able to just shut the site down. It first started with a distributed denial of service, which, for those who don't know, is when you get a whole bunch of computers that are slaved to one particular command and control server to flood a website with requests in such a way that it overwhelms the servers and doesn't allow the site to stay up. It's an illegal way of taking down a site. If you don't like a site and you do a DDoS against it, yes, you are breaking the law. A distributed denial of service often happens with thousands of computers sending the request. And this particular attack was a slow LoRS attack, which was it would send a request without acknowledging its reception. That's an oversimplification, but good enough. Because it doesn't acknowledge it, the server is constantly waiting for you, and so it's stuck in this kind of limbo. And if you have thousands of these limbos, you could make the server incapable of handling yet another request, because it has to keep allocating either a thread or some bandwidth to just wait for you. And it constantly sends you, hey, can you please acknowledge this? You know, that kind of message. Or in other cases, I mean, there are many types of slow LoRS attacks, but we're not going to get into it. What ended up happening is they did something illegal to take Kiwi Farms down, because Kiwi Farms was exposing other things that they were doing that were mega illegal. To get into more detail, there was this particular YouTuber / Twitter user / Twitch streamer called Keffels. I think his name is Lucas Roberts. Anyway, he calls himself Clara Sorrenti. And he didn't do the DDoS, but somebody that supported him did, to be fair. But he started this whole campaign called #DropKiwiFarms. Now, this sounds like a really marginal thing on the internet, but trust me, it's a lot bigger than you think it is. So what ended up happening is that one of the other supporters, possibly a coordinator above Keffels, I don't know, I haven't looked too much into the hierarchy, but a person called by the who goes by the name of Liz Fong Jones, Elliot Fong Jones, if you're curious. So he was a high a high management position in Google. Okay, and also was married to another dude who was a competitor, who was working for a competitor, Cloudflare, and then got Cloudflare to drop Kiwi Farms. So now we have the first layer of the internet, and what most people use on the internet to host their websites and be able to mitigate distributed denial of service attacks. That thing is gone. Cloudflare decided to drop Kiwi Farms in a decision that was really weird. At one point, the guy was saying that no, we support free speech, we're not going to do this. We dropped 8chan, and we dropped the Stormer, which by the way, neither the Daily Stormer, which by the way nobody has any love for. But they dropped those things, and foreign nations tried to use that to establish a precedent to take down other websites. So now we have a policy of not taking down websites at all. And then I think it was a day or two later, they just decided to go through with it anyway and drop Kiwi Farms because they said there was an imminent threat to life, which was somebody holding up a paper very suspiciously glowing in the dark, saying that they're going to kill Clara Sorrenti on the wrong building, by the way. It wasn't the building they were staying at. And then they make this decision, and Kiwi Farms goes down for like 2 weeks. It's fine, it's over, it's back immediately after that as kiwifarms.top through a Chinese server. And they started putting the Red Dawn thing, the Red Sun, Red Dawn, or whatever the fuck it was, this Chinese anthem on the front page, because it was just really funny. It was meme tier quality. China, the censorship capital of the world, is hosting us. And then China took them down.
Obviously.
And they couldn't rely on Russia. By the way, right-wingers, Russia has a lot of rules against free speech that America and most of the world does not have.
Yeah, your worst tech leftist is still better than your best Russian.
And then what happened was that, and here's where it gets really spicy. Liz Fong Jones, about a week or two later, manages to somehow convince a layer 1 ISP to drop the site and block it. That's China tier censorship. We're talking about companies that lay fiber being concerned with how somebody speaks on the internet. And then another company, which was an IX, also stopped routing to the website after it came up again. And Jesus, I mean, I don't know what I would do in this situation, but Josh Moon has been a trooper and was able to get the site back up anyway through a Ukrainian provider, by the way. So the end goal was not met by the trans lobby, but it irreversibly damaged how the internet functions.
How is that? By damaging the trust?
It damaged the trust that internet companies have with each other, ISPs have with each other, and international exchanges have with each other. Because if an internet exchange is able to take down, to stop routing to a website because of a political reason, I don't think I can really quite explain just how much, but you have to trust me on this. It does severely damage how much Western internet is resilient against the predations of people who are trying to eliminate freedom of speech.
And the fundamental infrastructure of the internet can
and
be
it
affected.
almost got to the point that APNIC, which is the whatchamacallit, it was a very major infrastructure point between Australia and China, was almost convinced. I don't know if Moon is aware of this, but it was almost convinced to actually drop the routing for the website to Australia, which would have allowed the Chinese then to say, then why don't you drop these websites too? And since it's a government and not some random troon doing it, you're getting into a little bit of a sticky situation, aren't you? So yeah, we won this time. I mean, not we. The concept and spirit of freedom of expression on the internet had a victory that didn't happen. And it had a victory in the form of the website still being up despite all of the other things that were done, because it was able to somehow reroute it in such a way that it was able to accept requests to the website from everywhere in the world now. There was a week or two when, not even a week, maybe 3 or 4 days, in which a large part of the United States couldn't access it because of that. But that should tell you something. Sweden, Romania, Ukraine, Poland, every other country except for a little portion of the US was able to access a website that just gossiped about people. And somehow a major part of the United States was not able to do that. China was able to access it, by the way, but the US couldn't. And that should tell you something about how dangerous it is from an internet infrastructure perspective, and from that the idea of having a political stance is actually a realistic prospect to a company whose job it is to lay cables. It's very concerning, because for me it's not personally. I'll be honest. I was kind of indifferent, because I do rely on the internet for my work, but I could choose not to, and I could choose not to just engage with the internet at all. I could call my mother, for example, on her phone number instead of calling her on Zoom. I literally could have the internet shut off today and I'll live just fine. But on the other hand, the rest of society has become very attached to the hip, to the internet. And for me personally, I don't know if there's other perspectives on this, perhaps you can provide one. The internet shouldn't be the end nexus upon which a society's freedom of expression is calculated. It's not a good barometer. The internet has never been a good barometer for that. There are parts of the internet that are great barometers, like for example IRC networks that are very private, or things like that, or BBC bulletin board servers, if those things still fucking run.
BBS, I think they're still around. I'm not sure. IRC is different.
XMPP, for example, as a messaging service is great, but all of those things take a little bit more than the average normie's knowledge to be able to configure. And the average normie is going on Twitter to get their information from the internet, and the flow of information now is being manipulated by some very pernicious people who are trying to cover up their crimes, and have absolutely no regard for what consequences this could do to them in the future. But on the other hand, they're fundamentally destroying a very major form of communication across the world.
Right. Yeah, the potential implications for that are...
But it gets even further than that. If a random trans activist, because what I'm talking about with Liz Fong Jones, this is not senior management at Google. This is somebody in a middle management position, still high up, but it's just a middle management position with some tech connections. If this person could have such a broad effect, that leaves the internet very vulnerable to interests that are much larger.
I would say, I would put it in more grave tones, that speaks to the inherent vulnerability of the internet.
Yes.
Just like with the power grid. I mean, there are some countries in the world, the United States among them, whose power grid is inherently vulnerable. Which is, Russia among them too, yes. Who make very good exercises for my classes when I ask my students, well, let's say the power goes out. You know that it's going to be out at least 3 months, but everyone else doesn't. Write every day what happens per day. 3 days of power out, that's tolerable. How about 30? How about 90?
Your water grid depends on power.
Yes, but most people don't know that. That's why it's a good exercise for my students. But what I'm saying is that the same exercise can be put with the internet. Yeah, you and me will not suffer basically at all without internet. But we're this very minuscule minority. And if anything, you and I could probably build our own intranet pretty fast. It would be just a matter of days or weeks if you're lazy.
All you need is cable and switches.
I know.
That's it.
That's why I've said days or weeks if we're lazy. But again, most people don't know that, can't do that, and will never be able to do that because most people...
Well, that's what Josh Moon essentially had to do to run the Kiwi farms.
Yeah,
he has his own fucking internet.
Yeah. No,
he is
very
almost
similar.
running essentially an independent ISP at this point.
Very similar with Gab. I mean, Gab has a very similar story.
Gab, no, it kind of went Fediverse. It now is just...
Yeah, he offloaded some of the... He, as in Mr. Torba, offloaded some of that through a very quasi-Fediverse type of infrastructure. Nevertheless, he had to jump through a lot of hoops to keep the site going. And while we may not like these people, I'm not a big fan of the Kiwi farms, not a big hater either. But as you said,
at best indifferent.
Indifferent, yeah, I don't really care. Same with Gab. I mean, our content is syndicated automatically, gets posted on Gab too, but I don't think I've spent more than 2 minutes on Gab in the whole year of 2022. So can't exactly say that I like or hate Gab. I don't know what they've been doing there lately. Nevertheless, these places, if it can happen to them, I mean, who says it can't happen to Twitter? If they don't like Elon Musk enough. Now, admittedly, Elon Musk can buy his own internet if he really wants to. I guess that's a privilege.
It's not as big an investment as people think.
Yes.
All you need is just the right, you just need to make sure that you route to the right nodes.
Yes,
that's
I know.
fine.
That's why I'm saying he could buy his own internet.
Yeah.
But okay, Elon Musk can do that. But what happens to all of the other websites that now may be acceptable, but in a different regime may not be acceptable, and they're run by normal people without the technical knowledge of anything we just discussed.
Imagine if what you say on the internet can be regulated depending
On the whims of random
on the
people.
whims of whoever sits in the White House, and every 8 years you have to, or every 4 years, if it's one term, right? You have to think carefully about how you adjust what you say.
And
It's
purge your
not-
recent history too.
It's not an incredible leap to think about that, because you kind of are, whether you know it or not, again, something that's kind of sensitive, but you kind of know whether you know it or not, you kind of are on a list somewhere. And generally, that list can affect whether you can enter the country, whether you can, have a certain credit score even, or whether the IRS audits you. That is something that already happens. it's not that much of a leap to go just a little bit further.
And
And
I
look
don't
at
know
what you
which
say
one-
on the internet and actually use it, not on a political level, but also on a personal level to frustrate you specifically, and do what propaganda does best, convince you that you're alone.
And it's not even, okay, maybe I'm underestimating a little bit, but I find it less scary, this White House scenario, than the scenario of what you say can be regulated not just every 4 years, but every whatever period of time, undetermined. It could be 3 months, it could be 5 years, it could be 3 days, depending on the whims and whoever happens to be in the middle management of any of the internet corporations you interact with randomly, sometimes not even knowingly so.
Yes.
I mean, I find that a lot more scary, because government, for all its faults, at least is predictable. It usually predictably stupid, but nevertheless predictable.
I mean, we already have an example of this, not this in particular, but of government acting in such a way with Count Dankula, with his, Nazi pug meme.
Yeah, he got fined 2 feminists for that. But
And then there's the Australians who were put under preliminary arrest because they were thought to be associated with a group that may be protesting the COVID measures.
yes, I find that
So
one much more scary than
That
what
is
happened to Count
fucking
Dankula.
frightening. That is terrifying. And if
That's
it's not, you're
pre-crime level.
crazy.
Yeah, that's
You're
pre-crime.
crazy. You're the crazy one if you don't think that's terrifying.
Yeah, that's pre-crime level of shit.
Minority Report.
Minority Report, yes. So that one I find scary. The one with Count Dankula, I find it silly first and foremost. Not to say that it's not a serious issue, but at the end of the day,
It was only funny because of how he dealt with it.
yes. I mean, he got fined 2 feminists or 800 pounds. So he fundraised for that. It was all funny, and at the end of the day, it's mostly silly. And he
And he
hasn't
still
had-
hasn't paid the fine.
He didn't? Okay, fair enough. I would have paid it in 1 pence coins. I mean,
That would have been
yeah.
much better. And film yourself bringing the wheelbarrow of coins in.
Yes, yes.
And making them count each and every one.
Yes, and have them counted by hand. If anything,
It's legal tender, you can't do shit.
Yes, and arrange that there is some fortunate coincidence. Oh, the power is out, so you have to do the papers with your pen and count all the coins manually. These things have been done in Romania in the past. That's why these kinds of ridiculous, illogical fines are kind of a thing of a past. They tried to bring them back with the pandemic. That failed too. And it's precisely because in the past people used to do this kind of shit. Anyway, back to more serious things. The one in Australia is really fucking scary. And it's not just those, it's also people who are arrested in the middle of their live stream from their bedroom because they were organizing a protest. There was an online protest and the participants' houses were raided. I mean, that kind of shit is really scary. But I suppose these Australians voted for more of the same for the most part. Sure, federally they didn't, but locally they did. They did vote for more of the same. So I don't know what to say. As scary as I find it, they chose to renounce the ammo box and the ballot box.
No, but Australia is pushing back. And as far as like in the microcosm that is Australia, a country that is more relevant than people think because it's
I know.
the home to a lot of systems established by the US that more or less have been described in declassified documents. But also beyond that is also a country that does have a lot of sway when it comes to foreign relations with China. It is a country that is starting to slowly wake up to the fact that, we don't have to have more of the same, and more people are doing that. So I don't really trouble myself too much with how Australia will handle things. I think that enough reasonable people will just start to step up their game.
I'm not sure I can agree with that. The way I'm observing, because Australia population-wise is a small place, So if you read enough comments in enough places, you can get a very good sociological look about how trends of thought are flowing. And while there is some case to be made that there is a growth in the direction you're mentioning, it is still anemic. Although
The worst case scenario I see coming out of Australia is, how do I call it? Territorial fragmentation. Because the southeast of Australia, for example, is a very, for lack of a better word, based part of the country. And that's also true of the
far west, the Gold Coast, and
the Gold Coast, places like that.
and then there's the urban centers where absolutely fucking cancer.
So ultimately, they might just, the rule of law might just fall apart a little bit. You know, might fragment at the fringes, and just enough for those people to have the breathing room they need to just operate independently of the rest of the country. So Australia will just be it's complicated, the country kind of country, and I'm not sure that's a bad thing.
True.
Because then it becomes the laboratory of democracy kind of thing, like America is, you know, where
Which is not
people will
necessarily
just
a
start
bad thing.
moving to places that they like more, and you'll see a larger part of the population start to be more gathering into more the population centers where they see their lives improving. And think, you know what, if these people vote this way and live that way, maybe I should vote that way too. And that happened with California, because although a lot of people say, don't California my Texas, or don't California my Nevada, or whatever.
To be fair, many of the recent Californian immigrants
To be
do
very
vote
fair, a lot
right.
of those people are actually very, they've learned a lesson. And they've learned the lesson that they needed to learn, and are actually behaving accordingly. So again, cross-migration from California has actually been a boon to Texas, and in that particular respect.
Florida too, and Louisiana to a certain extent.
And Florida to a lesser extent. That's mostly coming from New York, actually.
Sure,
'Cause,
you're right. It's more from NY. With that said, I mean, sure, we're at the beginning of a very dangerous trend, which may or may not pan out. Inshallah that it doesn't, but nevertheless it does show a little bit scary. But I guess it is hard to sell, quote unquote, sell that to the public, because, well, it's kiwi farms. I mean, is that a hill to die on?
No, but at the very least it can be a hill we can traverse to the next hill we need to die on. Honestly, you want to try to emphasize how vulnerable the internet is, and maybe not by kiwi farms, but by painting it this way. Look, some random middle manager at Google, former one because he got fired, was able to have an outsized influence. Let's look at that. You know, don't paint it on from the picture of we have to protect a gossip site that occasionally doxes people.
Right, so kiwi farms BS notwithstanding this problem.
You're never going to convince people that doxing is okay. You know, I don't think doxing is okay necessarily. It's legal, so I'm not going to say anything about that. But
it's a tool.
Sure.
Kind of like the knife or the weapon, for that matter, the firearm.
Sure.
Depends on how it's used.
In polite society,
that would be great if we never needed. But
if we never needed to dox. On the other hand, I think the narrative could be painted as such, that why do these people have such an outsized influence over the internet? People who have, and since we already have this narrative of let's kind of push back against transing the kids, it kind of plays well into it, because these people have literally been transing kids, you know? So with that Catboy Ranch and whatever, you should look that stuff up, by the way.
Yeah, I haven't watched any. That's
no, I'm just telling the audience that they really have to look that up. If you are terminally online, if you're not terminally online, just keep doing the same shit you usually do. But just trust me, bro, there's some very dirty shit underneath it, and why were they doing that to cover it up, and how were they able to? You know, those are questions we have to ask ourselves, and I think those are easier questions to ask than why did this gossip site get dropped.
Yeah, and you know, what are you trying to cover up? You know, it's kind of like the discussion that we were having before the break about the COVID shit. I mean, what are you guys trying to cover up? Why do you try so hard? I mean, in the end, we found out that it's mostly corruption, but then it's still weird because why do you try so hard to hide this corruption? There's like bigger corruption here that you didn't try so hard. So yeah, that's what raises questions, and I guess we're heading into a period with less competent people in key positions, and they just overreact on shit.
Well, isn't that how World War I started?
Yeah, yeah. I was about to say that we've seen.
I mean, this is a microcosm. That's not going to happen, but
sure. But we've seen this movie before.
In a macrocosm, yes.
We've seen this movie before, and that's a great. What's the word in English? Which is an Italian one, in fact. Segue.
Segue.
Yeah, which is an Italian word, but anyway, into the second part. I mean, we were saying earlier that we could build our own intranet if we really want to. And it wouldn't even cost that much, and it would take weeks if we're lazy. The reason we're confident in saying that is because we're both pretty competent in what we would call Linux and what we would call the basics of technology, the nitty-gritty, the part that more than 98% of the society has no idea it even exists, let alone how it functions. Right? I mean, I don't think I'm exaggerating when I say 98%. Okay, maybe it's only 97.3% or whatever, but it's still the vast majority of society uses technology without knowing how it functions. And in normal times, that would seem okay. I mean, the vast majority of society just flips a switch and the light goes on without...
You use a hammer. Do you make hammers?
Yeah, we don't make hammers. Well, actually, I did once, but...
But for the average person, I mean, the average person doesn't make their hammer. They just use it, right?
So generally speaking, that's not a bad thing. With that said, when you come to these complicated moments, it becomes more important to know a bit more about the fundamentals. And that's where things get stuck a little bit, and probably you disagree with me on this one, or maybe you don't. Because I'm working now on a video in which I want to show my disdain for the free, libre, open source software community. Because once someone realizes that, okay, maybe I should know some more about this shit, maybe it's useful, and they come and hit the so-called Linux community, and they get frightened. And not the way the progressives say, oh, there's too much misogyny. No, none of that shit. That's irrelevant. The amount of toxicity that goes around the most Linux communities is just way off charts and scares the normies away. So my question is, do we want more people to know about these things? And if yes, we're going in the wrong direction. If no, that's okay. At least take it as an objective. No. But at the same time, a few months ago, 2 or 3 months ago, Canonical Incorporated / Ubuntu posted on Twitter, today our great operating system turns 18. It's finally an adult. 18 years ago today we launched the first Ubuntu 4.09 or whatever in 2004. And you know, I replied yes, and I remember the slogan, Linux for human beings. 18 years later, you're still failing at it. What's your thoughts on that? I don't know who else I should discuss this with, but well, I thought I would start with you.
I don't think that there's in the vicinity that you can podcast with a lot of people who are Linux developers.
Yeah, that's right.
You know,
that's why I'm asking you.
Yeah, you know, having maintained over 400 packages in a couple of distros.
I stopped developing about 6 years ago.
I'm not absolutely confident, but I think I can speak with at least some authority on the subject. But this is not a subject that requires the developer's perspective. It requires a more cultural perspective. And the culture of free software development is a little bit shit. And here's where you and I definitely would come to an agreement, is that when you go on a forum, for example, and ask, hey, why is this software not working? Give me a solution to this error. Come on, I keep getting this error. Come on, can you help me? And you know, typical thing. People do that on Windows forums too, tech support net, things like that, and they get answers. What they get from Linux community, oftentimes, especially in the Arch Linux community, and in the more elitist versions of Linux, to be fair, I can't blame them because it's elitist. But even in the less elitist distros, this is what the problem is that either the developer or another user will respond with RTFM, you know, read the fucking manual, or they'll start to condescend on you or say it's your fault that the software doesn't work properly, it's not my fault, things like that. And these kinds of attitudes are really, really making it distasteful for the average schmuck to adopt the operating system. And then at the same time, these people are praising Linux for being more adoptable, which, to be fair, it is a lot more adoptable than it used to be. But it's not uncommon for people, I don't know if developers are quite getting this, it's not uncommon for people to encounter issues when they're trying to use your software. So if you could provide a very modicum of support,
That would be great.
you might actually get more users. If that's what you care about. If I don't care about that. I don't. That's why I use Arch Linux, right? I don't care to use an adoptable system. I want a system that facilitates my needs, which is, as a developer, to have the latest dependencies available so that I can know if my software works with it. But for an average person, I would never recommend using that operating system, you know? And there are people who are trying, at least. For example, the Garuda community, which is an Arch-based distro, has been very kind to a lot of new entrants, and they try their best. But it's awfully fragmented, and you're very lucky if you land a distro that has a good community around it. Linux Mint has a good community, but Linux Mint still uses the 5.4 kernel, if I recall correctly. It's very laid back, more so than Debian. Even Debian is a little bit more up to date. And you also find Ubuntu, which has an okay-ish community. But in terms of adoption, I don't think that people have to push Linux adoption quite as much. Just let people adopt it. Then there's a much higher rate of adoption lately with the advent of Windows 11.
Yes.
Because
to be fair,
when people are looking at how horrible the Linux community can be, and assessing the merits with the weaknesses and everything else, and they say that Windows 11 is worse, that should send a signal to Microsoft.
yeah, that's true.
But
That's true. Windows 11 has been probably the biggest driver of adoption of Linux.
yes,
That's true.
no, it's no longer the 2.7% figure that you were citing. It's actually quite much higher now.
No, the
Linux-
figure that I was citing is not on users. I'm thinking about these as the average. I mean, even most Linux users don't really know most of the things that are underneath the belly. I mean, yeah, sure, I guess they couldn't.
Yeah, I've noticed that when you were using my Linux system, for example, you were using PS aux to
Yeah, because I'm
look
a
at
boomer.
process.
I mean,
and a lot of modern Linux users use htop, which frankly is better, but they don't.
It's not as precise.
No, it's not.
That's one aspect. Second aspect, I'm in my 23rd year of using Linux.
Yes.
I'm set in my ways.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, we have to be fair with this. Most new users of Linux, they definitely do not know how to look underneath the belly of it. Yeah, sure, they can use a very nice...
Even relatively veteran users of Linux.
Yeah, there are quite a few of those too. Yeah. So yeah, that's why that 2% figure was of people knowing their shit rather than using. I mean, I'm fine with even if 10% start using Linux, but...
Yeah, but it's important, what if you want an adoptable system, you need a system that people don't have to know the underbelly of. With Windows, it's that way. You just click next
It works.
a couple of times and you finished installing something.
Yes, I'm sure most Windows users don't know how to edit a registry. They don't even know what a registry is.
A lot of them do, to be frank.
Gamers in particular.
Well, yeah, but
yes.
gamers are a much more niche. Most
Not anymore. They're
Even so, most users of Windows are solitaire players and bureaucrats. Come on, let's
Yes.
face it. Those people have no idea what registry editor is and what it works for. It just is what it is. Or definitely very few, and gamers know because they pirate games. But if they were to stop pirating, and more recent gamers don't know how to edit registry because they no longer pirate. They just buy them off Steam for cheap, and they just click and it works. Gamers in my generation or your generation couldn't afford the games, so if you wanted, well, you had to pirate it and convince the software that you have the proper computer and you have the proper license for it.
Now pirate it, use Linux,
and that means that you can't use Proton to get away with it. Now you have to actually configure a wine prefix.
Yes.
That's something that a lot of Linux users struggle with.
Yes. Well, it is a more difficult task.
Well, there's Play on Linux, there's Lutris. These are easier to work with. I did that for a friend that he was trying to play a very old version of Command and Conquer Generals that no longer works on Windows since Windows 7. And I told him, you can play that on Linux. And he said, bullshit. And I said,
No, it definitely works.
I'll make it work on Linux.
No, it definitely works.
An old game from 1995 definitely
Actually,
is gonna
that
work
one
on
works
Linux.
even on DOSBox.
Launch
DOSBox
as
through
long as you have an
Wine.
older version of Windows or a current version of Linux, you will be able to use it. Because the one thing that Linux does beautifully with Windows emulation is that it's able to emulate multiple versions of Windows. So that's one thing Linux can do that Windows can't, is that it can go, and this is more granular than compatibility mode on Windows, that it actually loads the actual physical libraries that come from that particular version of Windows and dumps it into a prefix.
Sure.
So that you can play the game in that environment as if though you were actually using Windows 95 or 98. So
At the same time, Windows is far superior when it comes to backwards compatibility. I can take a
I
software.
just said an example of where it's not.
Well, yeah, but that's that's an exception.
That
and
is
you know
very
it.
rare, granted.
I mean, you can download a VLC player for Windows 95 and launch it on Windows 7 and it works. And even on Windows 10, I haven't tried on Windows 11, so maybe it doesn't work there. But
It should. It should.
But take for instance, Foobar 2000, which was a very popular software. It was the Winamp of Linux, or XMMS. These softwares don't even exist nowadays on Linux. Take one of those and import it on a modern Linux distribution. It just doesn't work unless you download 4 gigabytes of bloatware and fix your dependencies manually. I mean, it's just like too much work to use a simple software that should be backward compatible. Meanwhile, on Windows, just download Winamp from 20 years ago. It works.
Depends on how those libraries have changed. Generally, if you have software written in Python, that's not like I was trying to install Subcast 0.85, and it had some conventions in Python that Python just doesn't have anymore. But that's not Linux's fault. That's Python.
True.
But again, and that's the problem we have with Linux, is that there's so much dependency on several different libraries that are developed by many vastly independent developers that have very different opinions on what should be done.
And little to no consideration about everyone else.
Yeah, and they end up creating these new conventions, which, to be fair, are pretty damn good, but sometimes make older software stop working with their frameworks. Now, if you write software in C, it's always going to work.
Tends to
no
stay
matter
more
what. Yeah, because even if you have certain dependencies, they will always have the older conventions.
Or let's take a more easy example. I struggle this a lot when I try to get people on Linux. OpenOffice. OpenOffice no longer exists. It's now been forked in 3 different different software. The most common of them is LibreOffice. But OpenOffice was the perfect equivalent of Microsoft Office 2001.
Yes.
Well, I still use on my Windows machine Microsoft Office 2001 today. I can't do that on Linux because OpenOffice cannot be updated with new fonts or new graphs and whatnot. It just doesn't allow it. Whereas Microsoft Office 2001, you can add new fonts in it, new graphs, and it still works. And it has this great advantage that new software doesn't, namely that it is 100% offline. And you know,
so is LibreOffice.
LibreOffice, yes. Others, not so much. You know, I kind of like my writing software to be 100% offline, and you can understand why.
Well, I mean, the majority of OpenOffice users that were on Linux, they transferred over to LibreOffice. They just went clean. It was very clean.
Yes, too many. That was easy, but
because they would have still maintained it if there were still users. Because the one problem that the developer had at the time, now correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't remember exactly what he said, but I'm paraphrasing pretty much from memory, is that the maintenance of the project has ceased to happen because of the fact that there were only probably about 20 or 30 users.
And there were more than
still
that. But
getting updates from it.
Sure. And this is another issue. Linux requires from the users a lot more updates than...
if you're using a rolling release, absolutely.
I mean, again, on Windows 7, I can install my original ISO file from 2009, and it just works. Yeah, sure, I do my own configuration, which is highly advanced for a Windows user and whatnot. But nevertheless, I disable the updates because I really don't want Microsoft to mess around with my software. And I can do that, and it works. Sure, it's not always hygienic and whatnot. I understand that perspective as well. But you know, if I'm only using Windows now for one single task, which is editing these podcasts.
Well, that's why I recommend people who want to adopt Linux should be the kinds of people who want the maximum of digital hygiene. If you can sacrifice some of it, Windows is actually sometimes better. And I say sometimes because what you're saying here, that holds a lot true with the old rolling releases and the rolling release system of Arch, for example. Definitely, you saw that I was really pissed that I didn't update my laptop in 3 weeks. And that's going to cause me a big headache because I'm going to have to reconfigure some of the keyring. You know, I'm going to have to download the keyring all over again and just refresh my keys. Because the GPG keys are no longer valid, etc., 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 etc. There's a whole bunch of that one's turning off. Whatever. So there, yeah, I got pissed at that because you know I have a rolling release. But if I had a stable release on my laptop with long-term service, which is something that was introduced way back, I think, in Ubuntu 12.
804 actually.
Yeah, no, I mean like a really proper implementation of it that didn't fuck itself over every once in a while. Yeah, that, you know, being stable and actually being stable when you say you're stable. Yeah, that happened since I think about Ubuntu 12. And Debian also tends to be a really remarkably stable operating system. And with these stable systems, you can go without updates for 4 years, maybe 6,
and that's
maybe
what I'm
never.
saying. It's no longer the case.
No, that's still the case in Ubuntu 22.04. I swear, heart to chest, keep it running to 2030 without any updates. It'll be fine.
Yeah, well, I can't say that with my 1804 machine.
What happened to it?
Well, I just couldn't install some of the things without a huge amount of updates, and it kept on nagging me for it.
And that's the thing. You also have to exclude.
Yeah, I don't appreciate these things at all. Now, of course, for me, they are a marginal nag, but for your normie recently adopting Linux, that's not a marginal nag. It's like, really, again? I mean, that's the reason why Windows tried to go into this direction of forcibly shoving down updates down the throats of...
That's a definite Windows 11 thing as well.
Yes.
You need a Microsoft account to operate it too.
To a certain extent, it became a meme in itself. Oh, wait, I can't actually work today because Windows is updating. So now normies got exposed to this same inherent flaw that...
Yeah, but at least if you compare like to like, right? Between Windows 11 and the more modern versions of Linux, you end up having a situation where, yeah, you will have forcible updates on Windows 11, and you will have to do some updates on Windows 12. On what's it again? On Linux, but it's not nearly as bad. No, with the modern versions of Windows. So you go to Windows 11, you use it as a daily user, and most normies will just use whatever the latest because it's better. Big number, better. You know, I'm not saying that normies are dumb, but collectively they are. You know, individually they
may not be.
Normies are absolutely, you know, very competent, pretty intelligent people on average. But when you take them as a collective, they kind of just follow along with the flow. You know, that's generally how, you know, I do that in some aspects of my life as well. I'm a normie in many ways. Each of us has our cases in which we're just some damn normie, you know? And the average normal individual is going to look at Windows 11 and say, this is new. I'm going to use this. And they end up getting very disappointed because they have to use a Microsoft account, be always online, and at the same time, it's fetching updates for you that you didn't ask for. At the very least, with Linux distributions like Deepin, like Debian, like all that, the updates come occasionally. They're not always, you know, once every 2 weeks or so. And you don't even have to do them. You can do them later. You can, and that was a concept back from Windows XP, from Windows 98, you know, all the way up to Windows 7. You know, the Debian world at the very least functions that way, and Fedora too, where you can just choose not to update now because you have shit to do, and you can choose to update later. My wife uses Kubuntu, for example, and I don't think she's updated in the past month. And you know, her system functions just fine. Absolutely no problems.
Yeah, but you're
no nagging.
Not as
a little
bad.
Corner notification.
Yeah, but you're saying not as bad. And what I'm saying is, if not as bad is the best we can hope for, then fuck the entire industry sideways.
Oh yeah.
We should expect a lot better. And you know, in the Windows XP world, 0 updates for years was the standard. And for the most part, things haven't changed that much. Why do you, I mean, not updating for 4 weeks as if it's some fucking achievement. How about not updating for 5 years and still working? And that should be the norm, not the exception. I mean, as long as things progress in this direction, you're going to have more people forced to just go away from tech altogether, which I'm sure that's not a bad thing.
That's not bad. But if you are going to use it and you have to use it, in this particular respect, like for like, release for release, as it stands now, with the average person using the average system that they would use in the average way that they would use it, when it comes to updates, Linux allows you a lot more freedom than current versions of Windows.
The current version of Windows,
and we're talking a vast amount of freedom. I could have that computer that my wife uses shut down for an entire year, pick it up again, and still use it. The same cannot be said about Windows 11, which is going to constantly nag you, and if you don't answer, you know, in time, guess what? It's forced down your throat anyway.
That's another aspect. I mean,
so while I do agree with you on principle, in practice, it is better. In that aspect, there's many ways in which it's worse.
but in that aspect,
such as video editing software. I mean, that's
oh god, no, yeah, that's ass cancer.
Yeah, that's the only reason I still have a Windows machine. Editing these podcasts just cannot be done.
Yeah, no, Linux is ass cancer when it comes to video editing.
I think I have 2 videos in total, and one of them is like 3 minutes long, and the other one a bit longer, but not by much.
It's getting
that
better.
Were edited under Linux.
It's getting better, but when it comes to photo editing, you still have just GIMP.
Just GIMP, yeah.
And GIMP is great if you can get around the learning curve, because you can do everything theoretically that you can do with Photoshop. I have not missed Photoshop, but
it has a learning curve.
But it has a pretty different way of doing things that is so unintuitive. It just,
and dare I say,
it
counterintuitive.
really turns off anybody who tries to use it, and think that it's going to be like Photoshop, where you can just, 1, 2, 3.
That's not happening with GIMP. That's definitely not.
I can do that now, but that was after months of learning how to actually use the software.
With video editing software, I disagree that it's getting better. I mean, there's still no reliable video editing software for Linux that can edit things like 9 or 10 layers and really long layers.
Oh, no, all I'm saying is it's getting better in terms of compared to how it was, because it finally has CUDA and is able to do the things with the graphics card.
Sure.
That kind of thing.
And KDN Live actually works if you're willing to do through 2 layers.
To a professional video editor, Linux is going to look downright primitive, and I wouldn't recommend it.
I know software in Windows 1995 that was more professional than.
When it comes to live streaming, though, OBS is all right. It's pretty good.
That's okay. But I don't do live streams, so I don't care.
And when it comes to, there's a series of other different things. I mean, there's a couple of professions that are very heavily affected negatively by using Linux. But as I said, the sphere is expanding. Adoption is expanding a bit. That might actually change in 5 or 6 years, maybe even 10. And again, I don't think that, the average grandpa that wants to browse the internet,
Yeah, for those.
and that's it. Linux is better, downright better.
Yes. No,
because
I agree.
look, my dad-in-law, right, my father-in-law, had a problem. His computer uses a SCSI, a SCSI drive with
that's back from my age.
A gig of RAM.
Yeah, it's probably 1998.
It's very old.
Yeah.
No, from 2003. I mean,
so the last generation.
it's kind of like how the Sony Vaio was.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, it's a laptop, not a desktop.
It's a laptop.
Oh yeah, on laptops they run longer.
Yeah. So he has this, and Windows is just taking 20 minutes to boot up.
Yeah.
And we're talking Windows 7.
Yeah.
So I installed a very simple Debian-based distro, and nobody's the wiser. It just runs exactly how he remembers it running when it ran well.
Yeah, for computers like that, a Lubuntu would be just fine.
Yeah.
No, I agree. For those kinds of users, it is okay.
Yeah, and that's a lot of normies. A lot of normies.
Yeah, but the second they come up with ideas, I mean, even playing solitaire is difficult on Linux.
No, because GNU now has that as part of its game suite.
Yeah, I know.
It does now.
But if you don't have GNOME, then you have to import half of the
No,
build.
GNU.
Okay. I'll have to look that up. Because I remember a few years ago, I was like, damn, I really need solitaire, and I really don't want to switch over to Windows for that. And I found something functional, but and
I think even KDE Plasma now has that as part of its game suite.
Possible. I've been staying. I got pissed off at KDE in 2004, and I never moved over.
KDE in 2004 was a piece of shit.
I know.
Let's be honest.
I know, and
it was.
Tried it again in 2012. I was like, yep, still shit.
No. Plasma only was starting to get good in 2018. So
I haven't tried it in the last 10 years.
You've seen me have it.
Yeah, so I haven't tried it in the last 10 years. I'm definitely out of the loop with
and
that.
my KDE Plasma has about 300 megabytes, and that's it of
That's
overhead.
decent overhead.
And that's very nice.
But what I'm saying is that the second they come up with other ideas, I mean, Solitaire is one example. In 2018, I had to work for 12 minutes until I could start playing Solitaire. I'm like, that's just too much.
Yeah.
And when it comes to more complicated things, like, I don't know, writing up a paper that includes graphs and whatever, LibreOffice is sometimes not entirely compatible with common, yes, Windows graphs, and it's very difficult to get those imported. You can do it, but you have to jump through a bit of hoops, which can be very complicated to your average, I don't know, European studies student, right? Who needs to turn on his or her paper in time, but you know, would prefer not to be spied on by Microsoft while writing it.
Again, these things are solved by time. And again,
There's way too much focus on unseen things that may or may not be useful. Okay, let's say they're all useful, but no concern whatsoever given to the non-technical user.
And yeah, no, a lot of that comes from the elitism. A lot of it comes from lack of resources. We don't have a lot of manpower. We have a lot more than we used to, though. A lot more. Let me tell you, there's a massive increase in the number of developers for Linux. A lot of them trash, but that's true in Windows too. And a good proportion of them are very talented. And they're starting to have less elitist attitudes, which I'm seeing a trend here. And you have to admit there's a trend that Linux is starting to become
Albeit
more
narrow,
usable.
yes.
More usable. It's not as usable as I think it should be. And I think anybody who contradicts that is just delusional. It is still not quite there yet. And as much as everybody likes to say, this is the year of the Linux desktop, maybe for me, but not for, you know, Joe over there, who's just starting to, you know, enjoy the fruits of having a very nice new computer and wants to make the best of it. Because if he wants to make the best of a computer that has software hardware that was released maybe a week ago, you know, that just bought this great rig, he's going to have to use Arch Linux.
Which is a no-go to begin with.
No. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, we've got a long way to go.
Yeah, and it's these compatibility issues.
And if you don't think you have a long way to go, fuck off. Because every developer that is worth his salt developing software for Linux has to understand that the road ahead is very long and arduous. And developers that are not willing to accept that and think, oh, it's just fine the way it is, that's just laziness and also pompousness.
Is there a chance, and this will be the last question, is there a chance that we could get more classically educated or classicist educated people into FOSS institutions? Because I believe that would help tremendously to get people who are able to, yes, censor. And of course, I'm not talking here about elitist niche things like Arch. Arch is an elitist niche thing. I'm talking about things like Ubuntu or Linux Mint or things like where, you know, a normal person that is well educated in the classics will come in and say, yes, this is way too complicated. Delete everything, start from scratch. This is crap. I mean, would that help? And if yes, how could that be achieved? I mean, we still don't have enough people who are willing to make those tough calls. It's all been left too much. I mean, the whole culture is driven way too much by intellectually marginal people. And by that, I don't mean dumb people. No, they're very talented, very smart people. I mean socially marginal. I mean, and not, I don't know how to say it because I want to be precise. I don't care who I insult, but I want to be precise. It's just people who don't touch grass, I guess. That will be.
I think that would defeat the whole reason why Linux existed in the first place. Because what you want to do as a Linux user is detach yourself from centralization.
And of course, yeah, there's the official repositories and all that, yada, yada, yada. But that's the thing. There is curation. And a lot of different distros have different types of applications in their repositories. Arch Linux has a lot of things that facilitate pirating. You know? We're nuts. But so there are a lot of pirates that use Arch or Arch-based systems like Garuda that are much easier to use than Arch. Or Manjaro, which actually has gotten a lot better, as much as I still like to laugh at it.
Yeah, it did.
No, it's gotten way better. It's amazing
just
lately,
still
and
memeable.
I'm really impressed with how far they've come after 4 years. It's
still
really
memeable.
Good. Yeah, it's still a meme, and I like to tease the developers there once in a while, you know. But
let's face it, they deserve it.
yeah. Although they're not the same ones now.
They still deserve it. I mean, you
thing.
chose to.
Yeah.
But on a more serious note, what I was suggesting was not necessarily centralization, although I'm not excluding that either. But what I'm saying is in FOSS institutions, plural, and not in all institutions.
You're talking about maybe reforming GNU project, for example?
Yeah, something to that effect. And again, niche, elitist, trial and error kind of places like Arch. Those are definitely cannot run on mindset, and that's okay.
No, that's fine. Yeah.
But at the same time, Mint and Ubuntu and things like that are more.
Well, Mint is heavily curated.
Yeah, but it's not curated in the way I suggest because it still doesn't have.
It doesn't even support Wayland.
Yeah, I know, which I think is a good thing. But it still doesn't have the mindset that I'm suggesting, namely that someone who has never heard about Linux before should be able to install this in 3 clicks, and it just works. Click and works. If that can, and there is Linux software that runs on normie Linux like that. That's great. That should be the norm, and it should be enforced on normie Linux, and it's not. And that's what I find terrible, because it leaves the situation in a gray area. It's closer to normalcy, but it's still very far away from normalcy, and it confuses people.
You're talking about detaching, for example, this incredible dependency on the terminal and letting people. Yeah, well, look, Plasma has done a lot of.
Quite frankly, if it were for me, one should not be able to press Ctrl-Alt-T and fetch the terminal. No, you have to type in the root password to be allowed to see the terminal.
But
complexity should be hidden.
If you press the super key on KDE Plasma and type discover, it's an app store. You can find whatever app you want. There you go. Download it, just like Google Play. It's because the app store on Ubuntu, the original Ubuntu, is just kind of kecked here. And the one on Fedora is a bit better, marginally better. The one on Arch is amazing. The Pamac one, really good, because it has a very sleek interface, and it allows you to search the AUR. So you can search for whatever the fuck you want and you'll find it. That's a good example to go by. I think that with the PPA system that Debian has and Ubuntu has, that's not really exactly possible, but at the very least, discover from KDE Plasma makes it very easy. There's also in GNOME, for example, there's a lot of you can press the super key and just type the application's name that you want to install that is not installed on your computer yet, and it also searches repositories automatically. Just click and installs. That's happening a lot lately. I mean, GNOME 42, for example, it actually had significant improvements. I still hate it, but that's just my personal taste.
That's because it's GNOME.
Yeah, it's my personal taste, but it's gotten a lot better, and a lot of people really love using it. So there's that. It is happening, and this whole institutional thing, right? Canonical is curating the app lists on its repository on a weekly basis to see, if there's some fat to trim here and there, and a lot of other distros follow its example. Arch Linux also has done that. It's curated its repository, but it's less curated because it wants to be as ample as possible because it's for a certain type of user, right? And then you have Fedora, which has
probably the best curated library.
Yeah, and Fedora is corporative.
And it has a very responsive and very good App Store functionality. But it kind of takes its cues from Canonical, and I'd like to see them develop it a little bit further, because the thing is that they use something very GNOME-ish. And Fedora on KDE is quite nice. You see, we're talking about a lot of fragmentation, right? All of this is just, here's this distro, this is a good thing to use on this particular distro with this particular circumstance, right? And people, if they want freedom, they're going to have to get used to the responsibilities associated with it, which is finding your own shit. And I don't think Linux is something that even 10% of people should use, ever. I think Linux is just a thing that I think it's going in a good direction. I think it's going in a fantastic direction. I'm afraid of what would happen if too many people adopt it.
Fair enough.
And I don't want that.
Okay.
Personally, I know there's a lot of developers that will hate me for it, and it's a good thing I use a pseudonym because I would have been cast out of most development circles just for saying this in public. But
Speaking of toxic culture,
I really don't want Linux to be adopted so much that it becomes something that is governed by one particular hive mind. Because that's what happened with Microsoft. Microsoft is governed by a Borg, essentially, that assimilates you. And Linux currently has this level of freedom that is unattainable in any other context in technology. As many flaws as it has, which you've pointed out, and rightfully, you know, it does deserve its feet on the fire, preferably as close to the coals as possible when it comes to that. I still think that for a good subset of the population, and a broader subset of the population than currently uses it, Linux is better. It's just straight up
Speaking
fucking
of
better.
toxic culture, I mean, you said you would be banished from all sorts of projects just for saying that.
Yeah, but not ones that matter anyway, so I don't mind.
Sure, but isn't that something? I mean, the place is much more rigid and hierarchical than many corporate environments, even though it's all voluntary.
Not really. You can always make a fork and just tell them to fuck off. So, you know.
Yeah, but it's a lot of inconvenience, all for a voluntary project.
I mean, I'm using a language I'm banned from. I don't care.
Yeah.
You know, that's the thing.
Sure.
It's resilient. I just want to make sure that we retain that resilience. And what you're saying is kind of salient to this. And I would like to let you finish your thought, though.
Sure, it's not a big issue for you. But nevertheless, being so rigid for something that is at the end of the day voluntary, that to me speaks like a highly toxic place that I don't want to have anything to do with. I mean, that's why I stopped developing for Linux 7 years ago.
But it's in pockets. It's in pockets. At this moment, there's a lot of pushback as well. But because you see a lot of the I shouldn't say that. There's... Okay, I'll say it. There's a lot of pushback coming from Arch developers, as a matter of fact, against this kind of, you know, really progressive type of culture that is happening in FOSS, because that is a big threat. The Rust community, for example, the people who use that language, they're outright fucking crazy. I mean, the developers are great; they're awesome people. I've had very good interactions with them, and I think that they'll agree with me on this. Even that the people who manage the community standards and the code of conduct for a programming language, you know, are fucking batshit insane.
Although, to be fair, that's an exercise in hubris. I mean, the idea that you can dictate to people how they use your programming language is what?
Yeah. Well, that's how I got.
I mean, it would be like the inventors of Esperanto trying to force me from not talking right-wing talking points in Esperanto. Like what?
Yeah.
I would never learn Esperanto.
And there's also this. There's this beautiful version of the GPL license, by the way, and I think I would encourage more people to use it. It's called the N-word license. You have to include the N-word in the licensing page to use this software. You know, that kind of thing. It's brilliant shit posting from developers, and that's happening a lot more lately. And you're seeing Linux be more fun as time passes. It's gonna be slow getting there because you say that politics is downstream from culture. Linux is downstream from all of that. It takes a long time for things to happen.
Yeah, in the last 23 years of using Linux, I've realized that it is the case. It's
it's going to take a very
slow.
long time. It's going to be very slow, but you're going to.
It only took 7 years to get Linux to recognize my matricial printer made in 1999. So. Everything can be really
That's
slow.
a surprise because considering how Samba works, I mean, there are printers that are harder to set up. Most cases, your case might be the exception, but in most cases, a printer that is hard to set up on Windows is really easy to set up on
This
Linux.
is true today, but in 1999 it wasn't the case.
Oh, and 1999 there wasn't Samba, for example.
There you go. That's what I'm saying. I mean, it took them several years to accept my version of the driver, which was imperfect, but it worked. Most of the time.
Yeah, you'll see it happen that there's
I've seen this elitist shit for much longer, and that's why I'm getting sick and tired of it.
It's not always elitism. I mean, now what I've been seeing a lot in development communities is actually conservatism. It's this idea now that we don't want to add this particular thing because that would introduce a lot of bloat. So there's been a lot of requests from users. So now there's pushback in the conservative direction, and conservative in the non-political sense of the word, where there are users asking for, why don't you make the GUI nice and flashy like this?
No, do it yourself. I agree. No,
make a fork, do it yourself,
do it
stuff like
yourself.
that.
Yeah,
and that's
sure.
happening a lot more often now.
Sure.
And
the reason I agree there is because the same thing is true with Microsoft. I mean, you don't go and ask Microsoft to give you a nicer desktop. You go and download 1 billion extensions for desktops and you make your desktop the way you want.
The last time that I downloaded an update from Arch Linux, for example, the last time I did YSYU, which was today, I got an update with a long list of applications that needed updating, which is typical with a rolling release, but the net total was minus 86 megabytes. They're constantly doing that, trimming down the fat, trying to get rid of all the bloat, all of the excessive, crazy...
Which may become more important in the future as mainstream operating systems have started to occupy enormous... as long as everyone was on hard drives, that wasn't an issue. A 1 terabyte hard drive is pretty cheap. But now when SSDs have become more in fashion, well, buy a 2 terabyte SSD just so you can use your computer is no longer an easy sell.
I'm never going to stop enjoying my 0.3 second boot time. And
my 0.1% shutdown time. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that's true. I mean, because for the longest part, and this has become true at Twitter, at Facebook, I mean, even non-operating system places. Well, in 2010, when I was also shitposting on Facebook, now I no longer do because I've gotten away from there forever, but I could use 25, 30 tabs on a Windows XP machine, and it worked. Today on a computer 50 times stronger than my AMD K9 that I was using then, you can't do that. I mean, they occupy themselves like 10 gigabytes of RAM. And the answer from developers, well, just buy more RAM. RAM is cheap. Excuse me, what?
Not anymore. RAM is pretty expensive.
Well, first of all, that's not anymore the case. But even if it were the case, it used to be a time when I learned to do software development.
I shouldn't pay to be able to use my computer the same way I used it 20 years ago.
And that mentality seems to have gone out on the window as long as...
But that's a principle of Linux, actually, to continue using older systems.
So that would be, that should be, I don't know if it will be, but should be an inherent inherent privilege for Linux. To get itself there, not because of anything good that Linux does, but of all the fucked up shit that corporate software does. So just basically profiting off of the mistakes of the enemy, if you want.
And I think if there's going to be any kind of really legit, massive pushback against bloatware, it's always going to come from the Linux community.
That's the theory, yes.
And at the moment, it's really holding Microsoft's feet to the fire because they're losing, they're bleeding, they're hemorrhaging users. They're hemorrhaging users right now.
And for good reason. Their software is shit. It's bad and should feel bad.
They should feel bad, yes.
All right, that will be pretty much enough. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I knew I should have started a tech discussion. It totally borked my schedule, but in any event, it's almost 4 a.m. as we're wrapping this up. I think, whatever. I'm still battling a terrible flu, but then there's that. Thankfully, my voice is breaking down at the end of the podcast, which is great. Thanks for the time.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you all for watching, and I'm just gonna wrap this up because I'm losing my voice. Cheers. Oh, fucking flu, man.